Vivo.
Three, two, one.
Vivo. Vivo.
Three, two, one.
vivo.
Three, two, one.
Vivo. Vivo.
Three, two, one.
Vivo.
Why? It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover, and you never want another, 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
Vivo.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover, and you never want another, 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover and you never want another 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
Vivo.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover and you never want another 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one. 3, 2, 1.
Vivo.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover, and you never want another, 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
3, 2, 1.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover and you never want another 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
You're indestructible. You swim against it all. You never hit the wall. You're superhuman. You can't keep me down. Hey, hey, hey. You can't keep me down.
Vivo.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover and you never want another 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
You're indestructible. You swim against it all. You never hit the wall. You're superhuman. You can't keep me down. Hey, hey, hey. You can't keep me down.
Championship. It is MLBB tournament brought to you by Vivo Malaysia. My name is Han. Alongside with me is Sadafa, and we are going to be your casters for today. Welcome to the show, man.
Yes, feeling good. And yes, everyone, welcome to the stream today. Welcome to the tournament. Hope you guys are ready for some very exciting MLBB action today, because we're going to have 4 teams going head to head today to get their hands on that coveted total prize pool of 5,000 ringgit.
All right, so before that, though, let's give a big shout out to That's Why, the Vivo Y76 of 5G. It is, of course, a new phone that is out, featuring a flash charge, 50 megapixel main camera, and an ultra slim design. If you've seen it on our ads there, it does look awesomely sexy. And of course, it is available in both Cosmic Aurora and Midnight Space at RM 1,299 now. So go check it out. As you can see, it's appearing on our right. Looks pretty good here. So let's take a look at what we have in store for each and every one of you guys. What are the teams are fighting for? 2,500 ringgit for the champions, 1,500 ringgit for the first runner-up, and 500 ringgit for the second to third runner-up.
Indeed, that is the 5,000 ringgit total prize pool that was highlighted earlier, and all 4 teams are going to be wanting to vie for the highest positions they can possibly get, so they can get a bigger cut for themselves, because who doesn't like to have that higher title, that higher bit of cash in their pockets once they go home today. Having a look at the brackets for our tournament here, we can already see the 4 teams up on the screen, with the grand finalists have already been predetermined, which is going to be Geek Fam going up against Yonakama Rose. But that is the second series of the day. The first series is going to be our bronze match between Team Draganica as well as Vermilion.
All right, we've got so much action for you lined up. This is what we are going for today in terms of our schedules. It's going to be Vermilion going up against Team Draganica. That's the team that we're going to be fighting off now. They are going to be going up against each other in a bit. So we're going to go into the pick and bans very, very soon. So for those of you guys who don't know, right, with every purchase of the That's Why Vivo Y76 5G, with every purchase, there will be free gifts worth 537 ringgit, including a premium gift set, 1-year extended warranty, and a 1-year screen crack protection. So if you drop your phone and you get it cracked in 1 year's time, in the total of 1 year, you will be able to get that warranty and be able to claim it and get yourself a new screen. The roadshow is currently ongoing here at the Central Ice City now until the 5th of December, so make sure to drop by to get the first-hand experience of the new Vivo Y76 5G. We're going to finally start our first game of today. We're going to head into it really soon. So on your screen right now, you'll be able to see not only the features, but also some of the saucy stuff that you'll be getting. One, free gifts worth 537 ringgit, guys. So for the awesome price of 1,299, you also get, on top of that, 537 free gifts. So 537 ringgit worth of free gifts, excuse me.
Yep, so if you guys might happen to be nearby Central Ice City now, what Hound mentioned earlier is that there is a roadshow going on. If you guys want to try out this new device, brand new, all sorts of high-tech specifications, and not to mention, our 2 grand finalists are going to be live at Central Ice City as well, playing in the grand finals later on in the day. So if you guys want to not only join the roadshow, but get to be a live audience, make sure to drop by.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of action lined up for you guys. Not only Mobile Legends action, but also there's going to be there's going to be stuff to participate in on the roadshow as well. You'll be able to get yourself a little bit more hands-on information and maybe even try out the new Vivo Y76 5G in order for you to just get a little bit of how quick and how saucy it is going to be as a phone. It definitely is going to be something that I'm going to be checking out as well. But we got to be working in the studio here today. If not, I would have been actually participating in it. But without further ado, let's crack and dive straight into it. It is going to be the pick and ban phases. So, Sadafa, do you have any predictions or any kind of things that you're looking forward to from both Vermilion and Team Draganica?
Well, obviously, recently in MLBB, some changes have come to the Land of Dawn, most notably with the introduction of some new heroes. I'm very interested to see whether or not these teams are going to be picking up the very newest hero, in fact, Valentina, with the ability to steal the enemy hero's ultimates. That's going to be interesting to watch out for. But other than that, we know that these two teams are going to be very strong. There's a reason they are here in the bronze place match. And I'm very interested to see what kind of metas, what kind of strategies we're going to be seeing coming out from both sides.
Well, we do see that a lot of the times, even in the professional circuit, there is going to be quite a bit of priority given towards skirmishing heroes, and it's really important to note that early game investment into those skirmishes that could bring out some big wins and big goal differentials as well as experience differentials could bring a big win. We have said it time and time again. I mean, even before, we did talk about how some of the game does have a lot of snowbally. It's a very snowbally game, so we do see that comfort picks may actually be coming into play here. We're going to be seeing some of the first picks here being lined up. We're not going to break down entirely pick by pick. We're going to see how that's going to come up. But with this first pick up here, what do you think Dragonica can do to actually secure some of their strong picks? Because the cadence is going to go 1 to 2 in terms of the pick and bans, and in terms of the picks, and then now we're going to see Vermilion respond back with their 2 picks. So, do you want to go for counter picks, or do you want to go for strong picks?
That's always the question, isn't it? And it does depend very heavily on what a specific team prioritizes in terms of their playstyles. There's always going to be certain teams that want to get their comfort heroes. They don't really care if they get countered. They know they can play them very well. Whereas other teams, they're a bit more strategic. They want to look at what the enemy team is playing before deciding they want to draft counter picks for themselves to ensure that they have a more comfortable position going into the game. But having a look at the draft so far, Vermilion, they started off the draft immediately with Hayabusa. We know that the hero, very strong, very valued as a jungle assassin nowadays, so it is understandable that they would go for that. Interestingly though, Dragonica actually locking in the Clint very early on. This is not a common marksman. There's definitely a lot of other options in the pool that they could have drafted, so the fact that they have picked this up might mean that this hero is a comfort pick to them.
Ooh, very interesting here. Coming in from Vermilion, they want to be banning out one marksman here for one of the off-laders for the Dragonica, and I'm thinking that this could be very interesting indeed. Since that Vermilion has a little bit of an idea of what Dragonica want to give a lot of priority to, with the fact that they do have their first 3 pickups here, and the second phase of the pick and bans are going to begin. Now, Dragonica has the option or the prerogative to basically start off with a strong pick here, and Vermilion could counter off with their double picks that could actually lock in for themselves. I'm really excited to see how Vermilion is actually going to come full circle in terms of their composition. Dragonica now, very interesting that you picked up the Clint here with the first pickup. I'm thinking that it could be a very strong comfort pick, or Dragonica are going to be playing around the Clint in terms to make sure that he is going to be able to get a lot of those early ganks, and of course some of a very strong very strong progression that could help him do a lot of damage. But Vermilion here, the Jawhead pickup here, I really like this here. I mean, you come in with the ultimate, or you're able to engage onto Dragonica, it's going to be a huge problem. We do see that Jawhead has been given a lot of successful play in the professional scene as well, and with the fact that he is able to go either a full tank with utility, or a little bit of like a semi-bruiser tank fighter kind of pickup. Maybe that could be the case here, but we are going to go into the game. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to you live from Central ICT here at Shah Alam. So come on by and check it out. This is the Vivo Super V Championship, and we are going to be going into our first game of today very soon. It is the bronze match between Vermilion and Team Dragonica.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you have your snacks, make sure you have your popcorn, because you guys are not going to want to leave your seats here. A very exciting first series of the day, as Hound highlighted. Bronze match, Vermilion against Team Dragonica. This is going to be a best of 3 to determine who is third place as we enter into the Land of Dawn. Looking at the drafts from both sides, what you highlighted earlier with the Clint, I do agree. Dragonica wants to play around this Clint pick. And for that, they've actually drafted some very disruptive heroes, the Eve, the Kufra, as well as the Yu Zong, to sow chaos during team fights.
Alright, Menzel now coming in with the knock-up onto Kenny. This is going to give him a little bit of issues here. Priority is going to be given towards Dragonica, most likely, if they're going to be playing around the fact that Holy Sky is going to come in and give a little bit of disruption onto Vermilion here. Onto Dragonica here. And I think Vermilion is doing really, really well in terms of giving the disruption here. We might see a little bit of an early exchange here between the two teams. We do see that the ejector is going to come off. Will it be enough? The damage is going to come off. This could be a huge problem here for Dragonica. Dragonica now going to flicker away. Zetsu has been taken down. First blood goes over to Vermilion.
That is definitely not how Dragonica wants to start things off. Looking for the trade, will be able to find the Farsa in the back line as well, as the Kufra gets out with the bouncing ball. A successful 1-for-1 trade from both sides, but Dragonica going to be the ones on the losing end there, as they did end up losing Zetsu, their jungler, as the first blood of the game. That's going to slow down the Lancelot's farm quite a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge problem here for both of them. It is going to be, I think Dragonica's going to win it out just by a slight margin here, but it is not going to, it's still a salvageable game. We do see Vermilion now opening up very, very well onto a Dragonica. Dragonica losing one, but it seems that Vermilion with another one over onto another lane across the map. We're seeing Vermilion putting in the work.
Indeed, good trades coming out from both sides, but Vermilion going to be the one coming out on top, not only being able to take out the Yu Zong in a 1v1, but also picking off the Clint. And now diving into the jungle, looks like Rampage gonna be in a bit of trouble, but gets out with the shadow kill. Zetsu dropping real low, gets picked off once again under the real world manipulation. Looks like Farsa going to be the next target. Holy Ski now jumping on top of Imanatsu to try and stop him, but he's not gonna be able to do much with Manzar protecting the Farsa as he chunks out the rest of Vermilion. Going to be able to force the Paquito to back off to the base as they pick off the Jawhead as well.
Very nicely done here from the side Dragonica. Dragonica not resting on their laurels, immediately want to be taking down at least two members from the side of Vermilion, as we do see Dragonica does have a lot of the positioning advantage here to be able to get that early turtle. We do see Abumon now giving off a lot of damage from a bit of range here onto it, but because it's a marksman, it's going to take some time for him to actually build up that damage. He does need a little bit of crit as well as a little bit more higher damage values for him to burst them up. But we do see Holy Sky here going to give a lot of information towards his teammates, but Dragonica is going to win big here by taking out the turtle, giving them a little bit of experience as well as a little bit of gold. That's going to work wonders. Kenny gets out of the way, but we do see over the top side here, Boyi as well may actually be fighting off.
Paquito is going to always be a very difficult matchup for the Yu Zong up here in the top lane, so that means Vermilion will be able to hold this lane without too much problem. However, the Yu Zong, his only job is to keep the Paquito here and not die, which he nearly does, but luckily the passive does keep him up in time. Imanatsu, though, in a bit of trouble, but uses the flicker to get away from the unstoppable force.
Holy Sky coming in, going to get a little bit of that press on towards Vermilion, but we do see Vermilion right now going to go in. Beautiful gank coming up. Zetsu now coming in. I feel like he picked up a little bit more than he could chew. Mobility is going to be the name of the game. Rampage Papa Boy could be in a lot of trouble. Going to be taking in a lot of damage, but here comes Holy Sky.
That was actually a really good play by Zetsu there. Forced the flicker from the Jawhead to get the kill, but still, the Lancelot not having a good time. Now a 3v1 situation. Mianzal gonna get caught out by the unstoppable force right under the feathered airstrike, but a nice Tyrant's Rage pushes the Jawhead under the tower, secures the kill for Dragonica.
Rampage Papa Boy now has got to get away for the side of Vermilion. Vermilion is still leading the charge here in terms of the number of kills that they have been able to get. Dragonica still behind by 2 kills, but it seems that goal seems to not be a determining factor between these two teams, because it's very even across the board. But we do see Abumon now is going to start picking up. We do see the outer shields are starting to at least go down here, and this could be a huge issue because it is going to give a lot of push potentials to both these teams.
Indeed, we can see that the bottom lane, the gold lane for both sides, has been largely ignored the whole time. Both teams want to have their respective marksmen get some farm, but it's going to be difficult to deal with them in the late game as Boyi gets caught out. 3v1 situation, no way the Yu Zong is getting out of that.
I really like the pacing that Vermilion is playing here. It does seem to me that Dragonica is having a bit of problems here. They're playing a little bit more reactively compared to Vermilion playing a little bit more proactively. But we do see that for whatever responses that Dragonica has onto Vermilion, they are winning it out by being able to get a little bit of these eliminations. But Vermilion is still leading the charge here in terms of control.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you right now, but hold that thought as Kenny gets caught out. The Farsa going to be a casualty towards Dragonica. As you mentioned, they have been a bit more reactive, this team, which oftentimes isn't going to get them pickoffs, but they're doing a good job of reacting towards their opponents. Mianzal gonna be delaying the rest of Vermilion from catching up to his team as Zetsu jumps in with the Phantom Execution, but doesn't find the jaw hit.
Alright, Holy Sky was able to get away with the sliver of health. Their shield will be able to give him a little bit of security as he gets away. But we do see Abumon now is going to get a little bit of action onto Paquito. Paquito going to be taken down for the count here. Paquito, first death of the game already, is going to be taken down for the side of Vermilion. Vermilion and Dragonica, both of them now 7-7. And it's going to be the first turret, most likely. It's going to be the mid turret, where we do see Abumon is going to be giving a lot of pressure and press, but there is not going to be any minions to push into play here. So Abumon's got to be very careful there. Doesn't get caught up by Holy Sky or Rampage Papa Boy.
Abuman is going to be the player to watch out for. Dragonica has been making a lot of space for the Clint, and a beautiful two-man Tyrant's Revenge will be able to catch out both the Natan as well as the Jahid. Double kill going over to the Kufra. Boyi jumps into the back line, unfortunately gets caught out thanks to the Quad Shadow as the Feather Airstrike going to pick off the Eve in the back line as well. The fight continues. They're now chasing down Mianzal. In the meantime, Abumon trying to do as much damage as he can to Kenny. Shutdown finally going on onto the Kufra. Mega kill streak for the Hayabusa. They do finally pick off the Clint, but he is at the very least able to trade off for the Farsa.
Alright, Zetsu just doing split push things here. Will be able to use his mobility to get away. It was very unfortunate for Abumon. He does have a little bit of that lifesteal, but it wasn't enough in terms of the damage potential that's coming in from the side of Vermilion here. They are slowly trying to push a little bit more. Second turret for the side of Vermilion, and you see that Dragonica could be in a very interesting spot here. We do see that between this, it is going to be very, very much Vermilion's game here across the board, but it's still very even. This turtle could be the determining factor for both of these teams.
Yep, I absolutely agree. The net worth so far has been pretty even, but Boyi getting caught out up here with the Feathered Airstrike means that Dragonica is one man down. Zetsu getting chunked out as well. This turtle should go into the hands of Vermilion. Kufra jumps in, gets the stun onto the jaw hit. Looks like they will be able to pick him off. However, the jack line is being jumped. Eve already taken out of the fight. Mianzal caught out of position. The other core able to escape, but they will lose multiple members. The turtle will go over to Vermilion, but they are able to take the bottom tower.
Very nicely done here from the side of Vermilion, but it seems that they are going to at least give a little bit of chance to Abumon to give a little bit of push onto the bot side here. Rampage Papa Boy goes in with the Shadow Dash, will not be able to get that, but Kenny right now is going to get blown up. Boy is in the middle of the fight here as members of Dragonica are a little bit out of position. They got to be careful. Paquito is in the middle of the fray, trying to get a lot of that damage off onto Boy. Boy may be taken down. Unstoppable going over to Vermilion here. We may see another one. Zetsu may be the latest victim here, but Loki is going to be taken down as well from the side of Dragonica, one by one. Oh my lord! Monster kill and the double kill going over to both these teams. Dragonica stealing away a little bit here from the side of Vermilion, but Vermilion is still coming out fairly on top in terms of kills, but it seems that Dragonica is slowly but surely wresting away control from them.
Indeed, they're now going to use that pressure to jump into the mid lane. A very dangerous play from the Hayabusa, but he should be able to get out just fine. Mianzal doing a good job of zoning them out. Abumon gets caught up by the Unstoppable Force, but the Flicker allows him to escape from the Farsa ultimate as the Hayabusa jumps back in, gets the kill onto the Clint. They lose the Farsa in exchange, but that is going to be a worthwhile trade. Holy Sky now going in to see if he can catch the Kufra, gets the stun with the ejector, but the Black Dragon form now coming in to provide backup for the rest of his team. Mianzal, he sees the Hayabusa, but he gets juked, and then the Natan secures the kill onto the enemy tank. Paquito now buying a lot of time. Real world manipulation has already been dropped down. Boyi trying to chase them down as the Phantom Execution will come out from Zetsu, but is not going to be able to catch the members of Vermilion. They're doing a good job of zoning them out. Paquito going to be the mega kill going over to Eve.
I'm really liking what Dragonica's doing here. They are not going to be letting up any of the pressure onto Vermilion. They were very well aware that Vermilion does have a lot of mobility on their side here. Very nicely done from the side of Rampage. Papa Boy just now was able to clutch it out with a sliver of health and was able to come back in. No deaths being experienced from the side of Rampage Papa Boy for Vermilion. However, we do see Dragonica is slowly coming back into play, giving in a lot of pressure onto Vermilion, as Dragonica right now may actually be in control, but they've got to be careful here. Any slip up means that control could be wrestled away from them by Vermilion.
Yep, I absolutely agree. Both teams are neck and neck so far. Although Vermilion had more control over the game towards the early stages, Dragonica, their team fight composition is really starting to come online now that we've hit the mid-game mark, and they're looking to contest the Lord.
All right, it is going to be Lord here. Lord is going to be a very, very big determining factor for both these teams. But I see that Vermilion right now may be in a little bit of trouble. Unstoppable is going to be members of Dragonica here. They are going to be living up to that name with Mianzal was able, Iman was the one that was able to get into the fray and was able to start off that fight really well. Mianzal now is going to try to catch off one of them. Will not be able to get it. But we do see that Dragonica now, very, very aggressive here, coming in from the side of Zetsu with a Lancelot here, going to give a lot of damage onto Kenny, but Kenny comes in, beautifully done here, coming in, and we do see Holy Sky coming in into the fight here. Top lane has been destroyed. We do have a bit of trouble here being experienced from the side of Vermilion. Vermilion may actually be taken down. No, Holy Sky was not able to get away, was going to be taken down for the count here for Dragonica. Dragonica stealing away with 1,000 gold in their paper, as well as one more extra kill on their side compared to Vermilion.
That was an unfortunate mistake on the Jawhead's part there. Holy Sky jumped in with the unstoppable force right in the iframes, but instantly the Farsa gets caught out as well. Dragonica now roaming around as a team. The team fight prowess of this composition proving to be a bit too much for Vermilion to deal with.
I really like what Dragonica's doing here. They are playing around Abumon. Abumon is the main DPS here. Will be able to get a lot of damage out, but Mianzal as well as Iman are doing a very, very good job of following up on towards giving that priority as well as opportunity for Dragonica to get it. Lord here could be in play. We just see Rabbit Papa Boy. Rabbit! Oh my god, Vermilion with the steal!
Indeed, they managed to take it away from them. They lose the Paquito, but the steal on the Lord has succeeded. Jahei gets taken out. Godlike streak going on to the Hayabusa. Gets the kill onto Zetsu once again. That's going to be a 1-for-2 trade. Dragonica still on top, but they've lost the Lord. And now the Yuzong in danger of getting taken out, but Hayabusa does get the legendary streak onto the Yuzong. Vermilion even things up.
Very nicely done here for the side of Vermilion. Vermilion right now despite the fact that be behind by at least 3 kills. We do see that with the Lord coming into play, Dragonica now has to be forced to go back. If not, they're going to be losing more of their objectives. This is going to be a hard time for the side of Dragonica. Dragonica wants to be fighting non-stop against Vermilion, putting them against the back heel, effectively being like a boxer, putting them up against the ropes. But we do see that Dragonica is not going to be giving up very easily here, as Vermilion right now may have a little bit of advantages with the push that's coming in from both the bottom and the mid side here. But Dragonica, all they need is one really good fight, take out Holy Sky as well as Rampage pop away from the fight, and it could be a bad day for the side of Vermilion. We do see Menzal now in a lot of trouble here. Holy Sky coming in, beautiful stuff there being shown from the side of Rampage pop away. Not enough damage going to be followed up here, as Zetsu will be able to get a little bit of poke damage onto Holy Sky.
In the meantime, though, Loki now in a lot of trouble. Boyi chasing him down, but is able to stop him with interference. Real world manipulation is dropped down. Monster kill going over to the Eve, as Kenny not able to get out even with the flicker. Holy Sky going to be the next target for Dragonica. They're jumping on top of the Jawhead. Double kill going over to Zetsu as he secures the kill with the Torn Rose.
Beautiful done here. Paquito now using a lot of his ability to give a lot of pressure onto the side of Dragonica, as we do see Dragonica losing that one guy. Will be able to get down with the shutdown for the side of Vermilion, but we do see Zetsu right now comes in with the vengeance. The killing spree gonna go over to Abumon.
Dragonica making good use of Abumon's farm right now. The Clint is absolutely massive. Rampage Papa Boy on the side of Vermilion has been doing a very good job on this Hayabusa. A 9-0 KDA, but the rest of his team is just getting picked off. The side of Dragonica proving to be too strong at this stage of the game.
Oh, Kenny taking a little bit of that critical damage here. Takes him down by about 20% of his HP. But we do see Zetsu right now in the middle of it. Loki is going to be in a lot of trouble. Loki gets hit by Boyi here. Will be able to be taken down. Abumon as well. Very dangerously low. But they got to be careful. Menzal is in the middle of the fight. He is fairly tanky here. We're going to be thinking in. Beautiful shutdown there. Coming in from the side of Abumon. Another one. Do we get the triple? We may see the triple coming in from the side of Abumon. And this could be game.
Indeed, Abumon, he is an absolute monster right now. We were wondering about this Clint first pick from Dragonica, but looks like they had sufficient proof to back it up. Paquito doing his best to delay them, but a 1v3 isn't going to work out. Godlike streak for Abumon. No minions, but it doesn't matter. Dragonica solidifies their victory in game 1 of the series.
Wow, this bronze match showing up quite a bit of talent here from the side of Team Dragonica. I do believe that Vermilion had a lot of those opening segments very well controlled, but it seems that Team Dragonica was like, never mind, we'll just wait until Abumon scales and then we'll stomp on them.
Indeed, that is exactly what happened. Team Dragonica, they had a game plan going into that. They knew that they could leave it all to Abumon on the Clint. They just needed to give him space to farm. Sure, they ended up getting caught quite a lot in the early game by Vermilion, but were still able to trade pretty evenly. And once the mid game arrived, they knew that their team composition could create more than enough space for the Clint to just out DPS the enemy from the back line.
I feel very, very unfortunate here for Vermilion. Vermilion should have given a little bit of priority here to stop Abumon from being able to get that power spike. The delay of power spike is definitely going to be a case here, a case study for professional players, or players from MLBB of any kind of level, where whenever you see a marksman in play, you want to give a little bit of resources onto denying that particular marksman from coming online. Because once crit comes in and he's able to sustain a little bit, then it's going to be a huge problem. And the fact remains that without him having to return to base to get healing, without him being able to freely farm and get those resources, it could be a huge problem for Vermilion, because the fact remains it's a battle against time.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. When you have a marksman, especially a late game marksman like Clint on the enemy team, it basically draws a great big target on his face. You want to target down this hero, especially once he gets his items in the late game. But we do have to give a little bit of props to Dragonica. A lot of the reason why Vermilion couldn't really jump on them was because they drafted their team very well to provide that front line. It was very easy for Abumon to space behind the real world manipulation, behind the Black Dragon form, so it was just a bit difficult for Vermilion to jump on the enemy core.
I felt like coming in from Vermilion, there were a lot of opportunities for them to come and try to jump in on the core, like how you said, but it seems that Team Dragonica are very well aware of what Vermilion does really well, and it was a very strong case of, we know what our win condition is. Whenever Vermilion jumps in on us, we try to disengage and try to find another window of opportunity to re-engage onto them. Make sure that Abumon is free of whatever flank that's coming in from the Paquito that could come in from the Vermilion, or whatever other flanking capabilities that Vermilion were able to do. Whenever they tried to execute the flank, the back and forth between these two teams of Vermilion as well as Team Dragonica was actually a dance between both these. Let's take a look at the highlights here.
Indeed, we can see that during the early stages of the game, there were skirmishes coming up from both sides very often, and Zetsu actually being the first blood for the side of Vermilion. At first, it seemed like that would be really bad, considering that the Lancelot was constantly getting dived, getting caught out. So Zetsu, very impressive that he was able to catch back up and provide that space for Abumon.
I really like what is happening here from a lot of these teams. There was a lot of mobility from both these teams, with a little bit of issues from the side of Vermilion to actually try to get into some of these fights. As we do see, this was a big game changer here from the side of Vermilion. They were able to steal that out, and I think that was a little bit of denying the inevitable here. Delaying the inevitable coming in from the side of Dragonica. Dragonica just comes in, and this was the triple kill that worked out really well for Abumon here to close out the game as we finish out this game number 1 in favor of Team Dragonica.
Well played to them. I do think that there were steps Vermilion could have taken to secure the victory here. Dragonica obviously have the better draft in terms of 5v5 team fighting, so Vermilion could have actually just tried to go and split push, played individual skirmishes, 1v1s, 2v2s, rather than going for a direct 5v5 team fight. However, now that they have that knowledge, now that they have that information, I think we can expect some slight differences in terms of draft and strategy going into game number 2.
All right, so I do think that there is going to be some changes here from Vermilion. Maybe they might actually give more. I would reckon that they do need maybe some kind of a strong engage to penetrate that backline if Dragonica is going to be playing around a marksman. I feel like Dragonica did really well in terms of drafting a composition that was lacking in the early game, but they were able to at least be very well aware of, I think, the biggest threat that came in from the side of Vermilion was the Paquito that could actually penetrate the backlines and actually try to come in with the flank and try to get a lot of that damage off on to Abumon. But I feel like with a lot of the fights that could gave a lot of issue towards Vermilion was the fact that those early top lane ganks that were a huge problem for them. And I felt that Rampage, despite the fact that he was only taken down once in the game, wasn't as effective towards getting that distance close between himself and Abumon, because as Abumon is able to see what's going to happen towards him, as soon as the Hayabusa comes in, he was just like, nope, I see Rampage, I'm just going to get out of here. I want to minimize whatever risk that I have. Let's take a look at our MVP.
Yep, the MVP going to be Abumon playing on the Clint here, a 10-3-10 KDA, ending the game with a total net worth of nearly 13,000 gold. The man was playing incredibly well, but part of that is attributed to the fact that Vermilion did leave this Clint alone in the gold lane for most of the game. Obviously, they wanted to allow the Natan to have a comfortable 1v1 because they wanted him to farm as well for their late game insurance, but it just didn't quite work out. Abumon, he was the better late game marksman in this situation, and that is what earns him the MVP title this time.
I feel like there were a lot of things that could have been done a little bit better from the side of Vermilion. Team Dragonica, I'm not saying that it is going to be an all Team Dragonica day for them here at the bronze match. I do think that Vermilion does have what it takes to be able to put Team Dragonica up against the ropes, but it's really important to see how they are going to be operating in the second game here in terms of the draft. What do you feel? Are you thinking that there should be some changes being done for Team Dragonica as well as Vermilion for them to be able to secure a 2-0? Or do you feel that Vermilion kind of figured out what they need to do here and may force it to go 1-1 in game number 2?
Well, based on the gameplay that we witnessed, Vermilion definitely has what it takes. I agree with you there. They have the potential to be able to even this up 1-1. But what they need to do now, they may not necessarily need to change their draft, but they need to change the way they approach their strategy. In this game, they had a game plan going in. They want to go for those early pickoffs. They know that their heroes are going to be stronger 1v1. The problem is, once that game plan didn't quite work out, they were still trying to force these 5v5 fights when that is very much in Dragonica's strengths. They want these 5v5 team fights, so they were just fighting a losing battle, and if they are able to identify that weakness and figure out how to work around it, Vermilion could very easily take game 2.
I feel like that could be the case here for Vermilion, but it really depends on how they're going to be able to execute it. Do you feel that in terms of the draft that we saw from Vermilion, there may be a few tweaks that they need to change up? Because I do feel that Vermilion does have a little bit of understanding of what they need to execute to score that key to victory. But I felt that Team Dragonica was a little bit more aware of what Vermilion was trying to do and were basically operating to stifle the momentum that Vermilion tried to basically garner against Team Dragonica. Do you feel that this could still relate true for Dragonica heading into game number 2?
Well, based on the draft, I think Dragonica, they were actually playing towards their own tunes there. While it's true that their draft did end up working well against Vermilion, I think a lot more of their mindset was focused on getting a draft that they're comfortable with playing rather than too heavily focusing on countering the enemy. And I think that's what worked out well for them. So they do still need to be a little bit careful. Sure, you won game 1, but you can't let yourself get too relaxed. You know, you gotta respect your enemy. Especially we saw Rampage Papa Boy on that Hayabusa in game 1. Sure, his impact could have been a bit more effective. I'm sure he wanted to do a bit more with his team, but his KDA, his mechanics were all really, really on point.
All right, so we've got so much more coming up for you guys. So just so you guys know, this is what is up here at the Vivo Super V Championship, our inaugural MLBB tournament brought to you by Vivo Malaysia. On the screen right now, you're going to be seeing the phone that is really available right now. That's why the Y76 5G, not only does it come with flash charge, it comes with the 50 megapixel main camera and a super sleek ultra slim design. Okay, so your battery's down, you want to go out and have a good time, just find yourself a wall socket, plug it in, give it a blink of an eye, and then it's almost fully charged. So that is what flash charge is all about here. With every purchase, there will be free gifts worth 537 ringgit, including a premium gift set, 1 year extended warranty, and a 1 year screen crack protection. We do have our roadshow that's currently ongoing here at the Central iCity in Shah Alam, now till the 5th of December. So make sure you drop by to get some first-hand experiences of the new Vivo Y76 5G.
Yep, and if you guys want more information as well, make sure to check out Vivo Malaysia's official website as well as social media pages. Like what Hound said, there is a roadshow going on at Central iCity right now until the 5th of December. And not just that, the grand finals are going to be happening live there as well. So if you guys live nearby, maybe you guys can go and check it out as a live audience rather than just watching the stream at home. Either way though, we are glad you are here with us and hope that you are enjoying the exciting MLBB action that the tournament is bringing to you today.
All right, just a little bit outside of what we're doing here. We do hope that if you guys are going to be going there, make sure to follow all the SOPs, wear a mask, and most importantly, be safe. Have a lot of fun, but make sure to be safe. We all are very much working really hard to make sure that all SOPs are followed, and of course, we are having a very safe environment for those of you who are attending the roadshow. For those of you who don't know, it is going to be so much more lined up for you guys. We still have so much more matches. We do have the conclusion, or maybe even the tie between Vermilion and Team Dragonica here on our bronze match, coming to you live from the Vivo Super V Championship 2021. It is going to be a crazy one here. It is currently the 27th of November at about 2:15 in the PM. So I hope you guys are comfortable with your feet raised up, high up in the air, relax, really chilled, and you guys had a fantastic lunch.
Yep, after all, what better way to enjoy the weekend than with some MLBB gameplay from some of the best players around. These teams, there's a reason they're here in the top 4. Now, as we prepare to head on to the next game, we already know Dragonica, they're now 1 game up, 1 game away from being able to secure that 3rd place bronze position. Dragonica, they're going to be looking very comfortable going in. Vermilion, they got a little bit of work to do here, but as we discussed earlier, I think we can expect some promising things out of them.
I do believe that there is going to be a lot of promising things coming out from both the Vermilion and Team Dragonica. Just so you guys know, right, this is our bronze match. We haven't even gotten into the 2nd place matchups and of course the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5. And I do believe that looking at what we have in store for each and every one of you guys at home, it is going to be a fantastic one indeed.
Yep, so make sure to look forward to that. In case you guys might not be aware, our top 2 teams, the 2 teams that are going to be going up in the grand finals, are none other than Geek Fam as well as Yonakama Rose. So if you guys are fans of these teams, make sure to drop by then. Before we get to that though, of course, we have to witness the conclusion of the bronze match. Will Dragonica be able to secure a 2-0 victory, or will Vermilion tie it up 1-1 and bring us to a very exciting game 3? Honestly, it could go either way, and I'm very excited to find out.
It could go either way, and it could go in favor of Team Dragonica. Team Dragonica, all they need to do is win 1 more. Vermilion does have a chance to tie it up. Remember, it is a best of 3 in this bronze match. I do believe that both these teams have what it takes, but I'm going to give it a slight little favorite here onto Team Dragonica. They were, I think it was very interesting to note that we talked about it behind the scenes, where it's always better for a team to pick up a really simple, not to say simple, a very easy to execute key to victory here compared to flashier plays and flashier compositions that are a little bit harder to execute. You want to always make sure that you want to create create opportunities for yourself to make the game easier for yourself compared to making it harder for yourself. I wonder whether or not Vermilion is going to be taking that approach here moving forward. I'm not saying that Vermilion had composition that was harder to execute onto Team Dragonica, but there were some limitations in their composition that Team Dragonica were able to take advantage of.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. When you look at it at face value, both these team compositions don't appear to be particularly complex to execute. But when you really look at them closely, Team Dragonica, we've already highlighted they had a really strong team fighting composition. They had the real world manipulation, they had the Black Dragon form, and they had the Kufra to cause chaos for the Lancelot as well as the Clint to just deal DPS. On the opposite side, there's a lot of emphasis on individual skill. The Paquito as well as the Hayabusa are heroes that are going to be more independent. They don't really want to play together with the team. They can create space for the rest of the team, but they want to look for pickoffs. They want to flank by themselves. And that leaves a lot of the rest of the team very vulnerable because only the Jawhead will be there to protect the Natan as well as the Farsa. And we saw that oftentimes these squishier heroes for Vermilion just got caught off.
Yeah, there is a lot of things for us to cover, but it seems that it is enough about us talking about game number one. We're going to be taking a short little break here, so do remember to check out our newly launched Vivo Y76 5G today at Vivo's official website and social media pages. I'm Hound, he's Sadafa. We are going to be going on a... Are we going to go on a break? How about we go on a break? Oh, we're not going on a break. I'm very, very sorry about that, guys. That was my mistake here.
It's okay, it's okay. Everyone wants to go on a break from time to time. And if you guys want to take a short break, go to the bathroom, grab some snacks before the next game starts, make sure to do it. This is going to be the only time you can do so because once the game begins, it's going to be non-stop action, non-stop excitement. Then you don't want to miss a single moment of it. We already saw a taste of that in game one. Both teams were just fighting and skirmishing over and over again. Some really entertaining MLBB.
Yeah, it's going to be very entertaining MLBB indeed, and there is going to be a lot of things to cover here between Vermilion as well as Team Dragonica. The action is going to be lining up for you guys at home here, so I hope you guys are ready to go. We do hope that each and every one of you guys not only are ready to go, but also very well aware of the fact that there is a lot of opportunities for you guys to participate in the roadshow. We're not actually there. We're in a studio here in Petaling Jaya, but it seems that is definitely going to be the case here at the Vivo Super V Championship inaugural MLBB tournament brought to you by Vivo Malaysia. If you guys don't know, I'm Hound, as you can see right there, and of course Sadafa. We are going to be your casters for today. But enough about that. Let's talk a little bit more about the Vivo Y76 5G again here, featuring the flash charge. What about a long day out at night here? You guys go party, you guys go have fun in the city, and then whoa, what do you know? My phone's out of battery. Find a nice place here, activate that flash charge, and you get a very quick charge. You're able to go out and about. And on top of that, the 50 megapixel main camera. Do you want to see the individual hairs on my mustache from 10,000 meters away? 50 megapixels, that's what you need right now. I don't know whether he agrees or not, but we can agree on one thing and one thing only: ultra slim design. I love being able to just not have such a bulky phone, you know. I mean, I don't want my phone to be popping up on my pocket, you know, like with such a bulky profile, right? So the ultra slim design is definitely going to be a big thing for those of you that love ultra slim designs. And those of you who like colors, of course, we do have it available in both Cosmic Aurora and Midnight Space at a slim, awesome price of 1,299. Enough about that. Let's get into game. Our second game here between Vermilion and Team Dragonica.
Alright,
Your
ladies and
team is
gentlemen,
banning.
we are now in the draft for Game 2. If you were around with us during Game 1, you will know that Dragonica is currently one game up. They're going to be drafting on the left, Vermilion on the right. They're one game down. This is going to be a very important
Your
game for
team
them
is
if they
banning.
want to even things up and go into a Game 3. The first ban's already coming out. Both teams immediately respecting the hard carries of the opposite side, the Hayabusa and Clint, taken off the table straight away.
Yeah, it seems that there is going to be a lot of
Your team is
respect here
banned.
coming in from the side of Dragonica onto Vermilion. I think that they were very well aware that with the Hayabusa pickup here, there was a lot of, even though it wasn't the biggest, the hair that broke the camel's back, right? In terms of what Vermilion was offering towards Dragonica, it is something that they want to be taking away from Vermilion, mostly because that if the Hayabusa comes in and gets that flank really well and is able to blow up someone from the side of Dragonica, especially a high-value target, we do see that Dragonica is definitely going to be put in a situation where they are going to be hand the cookie jar and exposed, in the so to speak, against Vermilion. What we do see now, it is going to be pickups here from the side of Dragonica. Dragonica is going to be responding with their first pick. Vermilion now will be able to go for the counter pick as well as securing a strong pick for themselves.
Now, immediately considering that the Clint and the Hayabusa have already been banned out, we're going to definitely be seeing different strategies coming out from both sides. Dragonica, they started off the draft with the Matilda. Very solid support, very flexible, very strong as well. Very commonly seen nowadays in the meta for how much utility she brings to the team. Vermilion gonna be changing things up as well. They have the Yuzong this time, and they're gonna be drafting the Yisun Shin as it is not banned like it was in game 1. Natan, the next pick coming out from the Dragonica, and they finish off their first phase with the Kagura.
Ooh, I'm a big fan of the Kagura here. A lot of potential here. One of the best control mages that is able to do quite a bit of damage from a fairly safe distance here. And if they're able to play around the fact that if Kagura will be able to get that that coordinated start onto Vermilion, then it could be a huge problem here, as Dragonica does have quite a bit of damage for days, so to speak.
Yeah, but if we're talking about
Your
damage,
team is
Vermilion
banned.
certainly isn't lacking it. They have the feathered airstrike now, and we've already mentioned beforehand, Yisun Shin, his damage potential is very, very high. He is one of the more meta marksmen in the game in its current state. So Vermilion, they're gonna have pretty consistent damage compared to
Your
the previous
team
game,
is
where a
banned.
lot of it was based around Hayabusa's rotations.
Yeah, it is going to be very interesting indeed here from the side of Dragonica as well as Vermilion. It may be that Dragonica definitely wants to close out 2 for nothing here against Vermilion. But we do see a Roger here being picked up from the side of Vermilion.
A Roger pickup at this point. That does confirm that the Yisun Shin is going to be playing in the gold lane instead of as a jungler. Vermilion, their late game damage potential right now is going to be very, very high. And with the feathered airstrike and black dragon form, their teamfight potential pretty solid as well. Dragonica, their heroes are looking kind of squishy right now.
Yep.
So they're gonna need some good front line to be able to take the brunt of that damage. We'll see what their final 2 picks. It's going to be the Ruby as well as the Ling.
Oh, okay, I do like this. There is going to be a little bit of sustainability. There is going to be a bit of thickness here in terms of the HP coming in from the side of Dragonica. As you said already, Dragonica is lacking in terms of thickness of HP bars compared to Vermilion. Vermilion does have a few things that they do really well, like you said beforehand, being able to start some of those fights in their favor as well. Roger does have one of the best sustain and lifesteal capabilities in the game for the side of Vermilion here. So this could be a huge problem for the side of Dragonica if they are not able to put Vermilion against the ropes very early on. If they're not able to check on that Roger, and Roger's able to scale into the game, it's going to be a huge problem for the side of Dragonica here, as Vermilion may actually have drafted a composition that could put Team Dragonica in a bad way.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. That last pick, Kufra, especially, is going to be huge for Vermilion because it just naturally counters the final 2 picks coming out of Dragonica. The Ruby and the Ling depend very heavily on their mobility, and the bouncing ball is just gonna negate it completely. Will Team Dragonica be able to get the 2-0 victory they're looking for that 3rd place spot? Or will Vermilion prove that they indeed have what it takes to even things up in our 2nd game of the Bronze Place series?
Alright, and here we go! Dragonica on the blue side, Vermilion on the red side. We're going to be starting off the game. Minions have spawned. 10 seconds until the jungle camps are back into play. We're going to be seeing whether or not Dragonica are going to be starting to be very disruptive. Holy Sky here being put off a little bit against Menzal, as well as Boyi, as well as Imanatsu here. Menzal got to go for the quick push here onto Holy Sky. Holy Sky has to hide under his turret here with very low HP. A very strong start here for Vermilion onto Dragonica. Dragonica very, very wise indeed here. But we do see that for all these teams now, Zetsu as well as Imanatsu giving in a lot of interruptions here on towards Vermilion. Vermilion not being able to farm in peace.
Vermilion are definitely going to be a bit on the defensive side here because of this Matilda pick being played in the hands of Mian Zhao. He's taking some damage from the Roger, but he shouldn't be in too much trouble. The damage potential of Matilda in the first few minutes of the game is absolutely massive. Flame shot going to miss Kenny, and he manages to recall with a basically empty HP bar. A nice escape from Vermilion.
Alright, we do see Dragonica now playing it very, very aggressively against Vermilion. No first bloods here. Mian Zhao picked off a little bit more than he could shoot. Has to flicker away. Oh, Holy Sky! Coming in with the bouncing ball to get that bit onto us. Dragonica right now in a little bit of trouble here, as Dragonica will be able to score another one for themselves, but we do see that Dragonica will be able to get another one here. Zetsu gets the steal and will be able to get away with his mobility.
A huge swing for Dragonica there. Not only is Zetsu able to steal the purple buff away, he gets a kill on the Roger, and bottom lane goes in favor of Dragonica as well, with Dinatan picking up the kill against his lane opponent. This is gonna put Vermilion notably behind as they once again go in. Abumon almost gets caught out, but the one that ends up dying is going to be the Kufra in the mid lane.
What's really interesting to note is that we did see Dragonica was a very much a late starter, a late bloomer here. Early game was very much dominated by Vermilion, but we do see that Dragonica right now is going to show that Vermilion, I mean, game number one, we let you control a little bit of the early game. Is going to be a different story here heading into game number two. But we do see Kenny as well as Holy Sky now going to be fighting off. Zetsu has joined the fight. We may see a little bit of trouble here being experienced from the side of Vermilion. Could it be a dive onto Kenny? Kenny gets taken down very, very low, but Zetsu will not be able to follow up here. But we do see that Dragonica now giving a lot of control onto the top side quadrant of Vermilion's jungle.
Oh, the Matilda gets caught out. Unfortunately, Mian Zhao gonna finally get taken out by Vermilion. That Matilda has been a thorn in their side ever since the start of the game, and they're finally able to remove him from play. Yu Zhong, however, dropping really low as well. The turtle is up. Vermilion want to take this when they have the hero advantage, but they're not going to be able to maintain it. The Matilda is already back up.
Alright, we're going to be seeing now from the side of Dragonica as well as Vermilion. Both these teams now going to be vying for control, looking for opportunities of Loki! Loki gets taken down beautifully by Zetsu. Zetsu gets away, will be able to get the sustain off here. Abumon comes in. On towards the tops, on towards the bottom side here, giving in a lot of press on towards Vermilion's tower. But over to the top side here, we are going to be seeing some cross-map action here. Could be a hard kill on towards the side of Vermilion here as Dragonica keeps putting on the pressure.
Luckily, Yu Zhong is able to get out of that, but so far Zetsu making some very clean plays. Gets knocked off the wall by Holy Sky, but is able to escape from the clutches of the Kufra. This is a very different early game for Zetsu compared to game one, where he was constantly getting ganked on the landslot. Now, with the Ling in his hands, he's making so much happen, and an instant dive by Xian Zhao onto the Yi Sun Shin picks him off yet again, but they finally get Zetsu.
Wow, look at that. Not very close indeed. Dragonica showing that we are going to be very dominant in this game. Look at that. The early game pressure here being picked up from the side of Dragonica on towards Vermilion may be a little bit more than they can chew for Boy here. Mian Zhao in a little bit of trouble, but no! I spoke too soon! Dragonica is just slapping members of Vermilion around here as Vermilion tries their level best to fight back. It seems that Dragonica just shows what is up, but Mian Zhao gets taken down by Vermilion.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Some slight miscommunication there as Mian Zhao ends up dying because of the Mountain Shocker, not on himself, but from Imanatsu. If he just walked a little bit further away, the Matilda would have actually survived that. So they're going to be taking the Yi Sun Shin in revenge. Zetsu making so much happen with this Ling pick in the map.
Alright, we're going to be seeing Boy here, going to be giving a little bit of chase onto its Vermilion. Oh, look at that. It seems that they were able to come in onto us. 3 members from the side of Vermilion. We're going to see Abumon now coming into play. We do see Vermilion will be able to get 1, but it seems that Abumon will be able to put off a little bit of damage here. Myanzal not too far behind as well. Look at that. Very good knock-up there coming in from Holy Sky, but not going to be enough. Myanzal, 1 more hit to take him down, but they will let him limp away to safety.
Well played by Holy Sky there. He sacrificed his life in order to save the life of Rampage Papa Boy, and that allowed the Roger to get away. Yuzong now jumping on top of the Natan. He's swapping places in the ultimate, and with the rest of his team providing backup, will be able to secure that kill, but almost loses Abubon in exchange. That was quite dangerous. Circling Eagle from Myanzal onto the Roger now as the Link chases him down, but that's under the tower. Unfortunately, Holy Sky not quite able to connect with the Tyrant's Revenge, dropping the Roger real low. Not quite able to follow it up. Myanzal ends up losing his life to the Fettered Airstrike.
Alright, we're going to be seeing here from Dragonica as well as Vermilion. Both these teams now going to be giving a little bit of push and pull between each other, with Dragonica now pushing, Vermilion pulling in the opposite direction here. We do see that Vermilion does have to make a little bit of adjustments if they want to stay relevant in this game. 2 turrets in favor of the side Dragonica. Vermilion does not have 2 yet. We do see that with the fact that 2 turrets onto the bottom, onto the side lanes here is going to open up. It does give a lot of opportunities for Dragonica to, push off control onto its Vermilion here. We do see Holy Sky in a little bit of trouble here, but Loki is not too far behind. Zetsu now goes in for the flank. This could be a huge opportunity for the side of Dragonica to give a little bit more extension onto their lead, but we do see Vermilion right now responds very, very well with a kill by Rampage Papa. But Rampage Papa Boy shows off the double kill. The sustain working out wonders, but will not be able to get it. Boy now could be a triple kill for him. The triple could be in favor of the side of Vermilion. Vermilion right now slowly stealing with the lead. Turtle, oh no! What is that greed?
Manatsu does finally manage to pick off Rampage Papa Boy, but the damage is done. That was a 1-for-4 trade in favor of Vermilion. A massive swing. Dragonica now trying to see if they can get more pickoffs to even things back up in their favor, but they need to avoid taking fights like that again. The consistent damage coming out from the Roger proved to be a bit too much for the assassins of Team Dragonica.
Rampage now with a total KDA of 325. This could work out wonders for Vermilion here. Look at that lifesteal. Rampage Papa Boy's HP doesn't go down at all. The absorption as well as the lifesteal definitely working out wonders for him. This could be a huge problem for Dragonica here if they play around the fact that Rampage Boy is going to be the high value target and will be able to sustain that damage that he is able to put off for free, then Rampage Papa Boy could be the MVP here in this pickup. Oh, we do see Rampage Papa Boy in the middle of the fight here. Zetsu is going to come in. Kenny as well as Loki now is going to be taken down. We do see Holy Sky is going to be in a bit of problems here. But look at that. Rampage Papa Boy was able to put off a lot of DPS onto him. But Holy Sky is going to be most probably the second casualty here. No, he will be taken down. No, I spoke too soon. Holy Sky has been taken out for the count. Another one goes for the double here for the side of Dragonica. Dragonica looking towards getting the wipeout here. Rampage Papa Boy may be the next target. We do see Abumon as well joining in the fray. Menzel as well. But oh no! The KO coming in from Dragonica onto Vermilion. The double going on towards Vermilion as well. We do see Dragonica now leaving up members of Vermilion in a massacre here.
That was a team wipe by Dragonica, taking out all 5 members of Vermilion. The timing has peaked. The item power spike has arrived. Abumon is now officially a threat in the land of Dawn, and they want to chase him down. Yuzong gets the petrify onto the Natan, finally shutting down Abumon. The rest of his team now has to make a hasty retreat. They don't have enough damage. Tyrant's Rage not going to connect with the wall, allowing them to escape. They now want to turn things around, but this might not be a good idea. Fettered Airstrike secures the demise of the Ruby, and Dragonica, this is not going to be wise if they try and continue to push this issue further.
Land of Dawn may be land of Abumon if Abumon is free to be able to do a lot of damage. Let's talk a little bit about itemization here, Snafa. What do you see that is pulling your attention here?
in terms of item builds from both sides is looking not particularly unusual, but Mianzel getting caught out is going to be in a lot of danger. Circling Eagle keeps him alive for a little bit longer, tries to escape to the rest of his team, but they're not going to be able to follow it up. Imanatsu now going to be targeted. The Holy Sky doesn't quite manage to find him, but the Black Dragon form will, chasing down the Kagura, gets the knockup, double kill going over the Rampage Papa Boy. Ruby came in a little bit too slow, but Zetsu manages to pick out the far side into the backline as they now get massive AoE damage. Abumon is here, managing to get 3 kills, triple owing over to the Natan. They want to look for more. They want to get the Maniac. Will Abumon get it? No, it's going to go over to Zetsu, but it's still a 4th kill anyway. A team wipe once again onto Vermilion.
Alright, Vermilion getting wiped out of the Land of Dawn here by Dragonica. Dragonica right now 4 turrets in their favor, in their pocket, with a total of 3,000 gold advantage in their favor. It is going to be the Lord here, but we did see that Vermilion were able to steal it away from Dragonica earlier on. This could be an opportunity for them to try to do so, but because all of them were wiped out early on, that threat is virtually non-existent by Vermilion onto his Dragonica. Dragonica right now is going to be calling out the Lord, giving them a lot of pressure here, freeing them up to go onto the side lanes here and give a lot of damage. Look at that, the mega kill going to go over to a Dragonica. This could be another massacre here coming in from the side of Dragonica onto Vermilion. Vermilion right now looking towards responding, but it seems that the pressure and damage is too high from the side of Dragonica onto Vermilion.
Yep, the net worth lead. The difference is now making an impact. Dragonica sitting at 37k net worth. That's a 5k net worth lead compared to Vermilion. They're now pushing in the mid and the bot lane, and they have the Lord helping them. The mid inhibitor will fall very, very soon as the Circling Eagle gonna go into the backline, but Mianzal getting chunked out quite heavily. Kufra jumps straight into 5 members, giving an unstoppable streak going over to Abumon. Lord gets taken down, but a nice yin-yang overturn catches 2. Double kill going over to the Natan. They finally get the shutdown, but this is a 4v2 situation. Double kill going over to Kagura. Kenny now the only survivor as the crystal drops lower and lower. They're diving him, and the crystal falls. Dragonica secures the 2-0 victory.
Dragonica showing that they do not require a third game. Vermilion were very much relevant in game number 1, but in game number 2 it seems that Dragonica were like, alright, let's just show them that we don't need game number 3. We're gonna dominate them. And I feel that Vermilion had some moments, but it was Team Dragonica from start to finish. I felt like their early game tempo was very hard for Vermilion to catch up, even though that Vermilion played rather impressively in some of these exchanges. Team Dragonica were like, we have the control. Why are we going to give it to them? We're not going to give it to them at any... we're not going to give them any leeway to steal control from us.
Yeah, Dragonica did a very good job of applying pressure towards Team Vermilion in that last game. They recognized that they cannot allow the Yi Sun-shin and the Roger to get their items, get their farm, so they just continuously pressured them. They knew they had the early game advantage because Matilda versus Kufra is going to end up with the Matilda coming out on top every time. So making good use of that early game damage, they constantly exerted pressure onto Vermilion, made sure that they had control over the map, and just simply denied any chance of them getting the farm they needed. While they were pushing up the top lane, getting ganks in the top side, we saw Zetsu on the Ling making plays, jumping the Yi Sun-shin at bot lane, and there was just no way that Vermilion could respond to so many issues at the same time.
And that's why you see what I did there? That's why they were very much dominant in this game here. For Vermilion, I felt like they had what it takes, but I felt that they played a little bit too reactively instead of proactively. I felt like their composition had a lot of strengths, and Team Dragonica did have a few gaps in their composition that Vermilion were able to take advantage of in some of these situations. But I felt that Dragonica were like, okay, never mind. Let's try to pressure them very early, throw them off balance a little bit, and Vermilion were playing catch up from start to finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to give props once again to Abumon as well.
Oh,
on
yes.
Team Dragonica. He knows his timing. Sure, we don't really see him participating in much in the early game, but that's exactly what his job is. He knows when his power spike is online. He knows exactly when is the time for him to fight. And once he does, he makes huge waves. He just creates so much impact for his team once he is able to join those fights. That's so difficult for the enemy to catch up. what do you do when the enemy marksman is just so farmed and the rest of his team is supporting him as well as they were?
All right, let's take a look at the highlights here from that game. It was going to be a very interesting one indeed. Your early game skirmishes across the board here for Dragonica onto Vermilion, as we do see that Vermilion were on the receiving end of the first blood. And another one that comes in. Look at the amount of abuse of mobility that's working out for the side of Dragonica onto his Vermilion.
Yeah, this was an unfortunate one here where Mianzal ended up dying because of Imanatsu, but that's only one blunder. This was a huge swing. This was an important fight for Vermilion, a very well played by Rampage Papa Boy, making use of his consistent damage. But he ended up chasing them for a bit too long, and then we can see Vermilion ended up grouping up, taking so much damage from the AoE of Dragonica. Triple kill going over to Abumon, and at this point, it would have already been very difficult for Vermilion to catch up, and it just continuously compounded from then on.
All right, it's going to be a hard time here as we're going to be closing it out for the side of Vermilion. Dragonica were definitely showing their prowess here, closing it out, and I felt like they could have closed it out a lot earlier, but it seems that they just wanted to toy with their food here before they ended out the game. This is the post-game stats here from both Dragonica and Vermilion. Dragonica here with a clear and huge distinct difference between themselves and Vermilion.
Yeah, we can see Abubon's going to be the in-game MVP of that once again. We'll see whether or not he is the MVP of Game 2 as well a little bit after this. But having a look at the difference in net worth, the difference in kills, it was very well played by the side of Dragonic. We can see as well, both Mianzal as well as Boyi ended up buying that Dominance Ice because, as you highlighted, they were aware that the Roger, the Yuzong would have a lot of lifesteal, and that's just a very good way to naturally counter that healing ability. It just proved to be way too much for Vermilion. Unfortunately for Loki as well, on the Yisun Shin, he didn't get to show his prowess here, just constantly getting dived by Zetsu and Mianzal. The Yisun Shin got no farm at all this game.
I felt like Vermilion played it a little bit, not to say they played it safe, I felt like Vermilion was a little bit unaware of what they needed to do in this situation. Dragonica were very much aware of the fact that if the Yisun Shin was able to come into play, it's going to be definitely a huge problem for them, and they were very much well aware that they just needed to nip it down very early on. But for those of you who are interested to know who the MVP is, a drum roll please, let's go check it out. Let's go. It's going to be Abumon yet again with the 1137 KDA, 10,859 total net worth, and a total of 80,354 total damage across game number 2. Man, oh man, Abumon is definitely a demon indeed.
Yep, I don't think anyone at home is going to disagree with the choice of MVP here. Abumon successfully secures the 2-game MVP. Going to be pretty much the MVP of the entire Bronze series here, winning the game for the rest of his team once he's able to come online with that massive late game marksman DPS. But we also have to give shout outs to the rest of his team for the space they were able to provide him. Miandal on his tanking, his supporting plays created so much space for Dragonica, and Zetsu on the Ling finally managed to get some things done.
Well, we want to be talking a lot more about what happened in game number 2, but that is the end of our bronze match. Do remember to check out the highlights here in the replay that is going to be available after the show. But remember, before we take a break, remember that's why the Vivo Y76 5G featuring flash charge, 50 megapixel main camera, and an ultra slim design now available in both Cosmic Aurora and Midnight Space at 1,299 ringgit. I'm Hound, he's Sadafa. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to be back with more Mobile Legends action here at the Vivo Super V Championship. We'll see you after this messages from our sponsors. Thank you.
3, 2, 1.
Vivo.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover, and you never want another, 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes her feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes her feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
3, 2, 1.
Vivo.
'Cause It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover and you never want another 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
Vivo.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover and you never want another 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover and you never want another 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
Vivo.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover and you never want another 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover, and you never want another, cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if it don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if it don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
Vivo.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover, and you never want another, cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if it don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if it don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
vivo,
3, 2, 1.
vivo,
3, 2, 1.
vivo,
3,
vivo,
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover and you never want another 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
vivo,
3, 2, 1.
vivo,
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Vivo Super V Championship inaugural MLBB tournament brought to you by Vivo Malaysia. I'm Han alongside with me, Sadafa, and we are not going to waste any more time. We're going to go into the game very, very quickly because of the amount of technical difficulties that we have faced. We don't want to be wasting any more time. For those of you who don't know, that's why the Vivo Y76 5G featuring flash charge, 50 megapixel main camera, and of course an ultra slim design available now in both Cosmic Aurora and Midnight Space at 1,299 ringgit. Now, without further ado, let's crack right into it, into the game. Our first game of the grand finals between Geek Fam and Yonokama Rose.
Honestly, I'm really excited to see what is going to happen here in this grand finals. Thank you very much everyone at home and at the venue as well for being patient with us. We have finally resolved the little bits of technical difficulty that were happening beforehand, and the grand finals are now officially underway. Geek Fam versus Yonokama Rose. This is going to be quite the match to watch. Let's see how it's going to go down in our very first draft of the series.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to note here. Coming in from both these teams, Geek Fam is going to be on blue side, Yonakama is going to be on the red side. So this is going to be very interesting to note how though both these teams are going to be interacting with one another. We do see that with bans coming out, it is going to be very revealing indeed. Yonakama now are going to be
Your team is picking.
drafting, are going to be banning as well here for both Geek Fam. Now Geek Fam has the ability to go for their first pick. Will it going to be a comfort pick or will it be the strongest pickup here for the side of Geek Fam?
Oh ho ho! This is a newer hero to the land of Dawn. We're going to be seeing Amon for the first time today. I'm very curious to see how this hero is going to perform in terms of gameplay. Many people have described him as an easier to play yet more effective Gushin, and I'm very curious to find out whether or not that is going to be the case. In response, Yonakama Rose is going to be starting off their draft with the Rafaela as well as the Paquito. They are hovering over the Retribution there, so I'm wondering if this is going to be a jungle Paquito after all.
It's going to be very interesting indeed to see how Paquito is going to come into play for the side of Yonakama. Most likely going to play in the jungle. I do believe that in the off lane, it is going to be very interesting to note how Paquito will be able to affect or influence some of these lanes here as we're going to be closing off
Your team is
this
banning.
first pick and ban phases here for Yonakama and Geek Fam now. Both these teams for the side of Yonakama are going to be able to ban out first, as well as Geek Fam are going to be responding as well.
Alright, looks like the rest of the draft has been completed at the very least for the first phase. Geek Fam actually going for a lot of damage potential right now. They already started off with the Amon, but now they have the Beatrix. And I believe that is going to be Valentina as well. So Geek Fam just bringing in the two newest heroes into the draft. I have not had the chance to see this newer hero in action so far. So I'm very excited to see how they're going to perform, especially in the hands of a more experienced team such as Geek Fam.
What's really interesting to me, Sadafa, is the fact that whenever new heroes come into play, right, optimization is going to be something that we have to talk about a little bit. Just on the surface, right, whenever a new hero comes into play, there's going to be a lot of issues for the team that are not going to be playing that new hero because, number one, the limited amount of time that you're able to put into the hero, the limited level of understanding, and of course, little quirks and interactions that may favor the new hero or may not favor the new hero depending on what that particular hero brings to the table. So I'm really interested to see how Yonakama are going to be going up against Geek Fam here in terms of the draft as well as the execution of that particular draft.
Yep, I absolutely agree. There's a lot of risk that comes with playing with or against a new hero because, as you highlighted, there's not a lot of time for these teams to get used to some of these new additions to Land of Dawn. So we'll find out if Geek Fam will have the mastery to pull it off and if Yonakama have already figured out ways of dealing with it. But the final picks from both sides are going to be locked in. Geek Fam gonna be finishing it off with that Baxia as well as the Lunox on the opposite side. Esmeralda and Jahid, the final pickups for Yonakama as well. Honestly, this is a really, really exciting game one. I am so curious to see what is going to happen between these two teams because not only is it going to be fan favorites Geek Fam against Yonakama, but it is going to be basically the debut for some of these newer heroes in tournaments at all. If I recall correctly, Valentina only just came out a few days ago, so we'll see how much mastery these teams have already been able to rack up with the hero.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to note how some of these teams are going to be playing off against each other, especially in terms of how these interactions are going to play out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the matchup here for the grand finals of the Super V Championship, brought to you by Vivo Malaysia. We're going to be loading into the game, and here we go. Geek Fam in blue, Yonakama Rose in red.
Alright, I'm very curious to find out what's gonna happen. Already, we know that Geek Fam is home to some very familiar players, but it does seem like the players are using different in-game names today, so I don't really know who specifically is going to be playing on which hero. So we're just gonna approach it with their in-game names irregardless. Amok's, interestingly, going to be in the Land of Dawn, taking a break from coaching to join the players in the field. It could be him, it could be one of the Geek Fam Fam players playing with his name. We can't say for sure, but we'll find out whether or not Geek Fam will be able to bring their signature sense of gameplay to this grand finals.
All right, it's going to be very interesting coming in from both these teams here. We're going to be seeing Yonakama in a little bit of a problem. Miharu has to get back away. Oh my Jack. Going to be heading over to the bot side here. May actually go on to Cristiano Ronaldo. Could be a very interesting one here for the side of Geek Fam. Oh, but that was a very interesting choice there. Could have been able to get Cristiano Ronaldo though. Oh my Jack is going to be dropping off those homing missiles over to him, but it's not going to be enough as Cristiano Ronaldo is going to run away.
Alright, meanwhile the Amon has come in, and those are the endless shots on to the Jawhead for the very first blood of the game. Esmeralda going to get picked off on the opposite side of the map, as Sumail gonna find the Rafaela in the mid lane with the help of Amux as well.
Beautifully done there, coming in. Sumail as Amox were able to get that engage work out really well, as well as the damage potential that came in from him was going to work out wonders. Geek Fam right now 3 for nothing at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. It's going to be very interesting to see that how they have been able to open up quite a bit here. Oh my god, 2 kills per minute seems to be Geek Fam's tempo that they're playing at here. Yonakama seems to be having very much early game.
Straight away again, and now they're chasing down Oh My Jack. The Jawhead will be able to escape, but they do lose their jungler. It's going to be the Paquito. Yonakama playing from very far behind.
Beautifully done there, coming in from the side of Geek Fam. Oh, gotta be careful though. Amox now takes in a little bit of damage. Miharu has to get that. Oh! But the snipe coming in from Geek Fam. And another one getting down 7 to nothing at 3 minutes. That's almost 2 to 3 kills per minute here. And you can see a mega kill coming in from the side of Geek Fam. This could be very bad. Buy it right now. It's going to be taken down. Look at the amount of damage that's going to be taken down. Daddy Fia, one more hit. And it's going to be all she wrote.
Geek Fam just completely walking over Yonakama right now. The early game dominance proving to be too much for this enemy team. And this is going to be huge, considering that Yonakama, their draft, is actually pretty solid in the early game. They have the Rafaela, the Jawhead, the Brody, even a Jungle Paquito. By all means, they should be the ones creating the tempo right now. But Geek Fam experience just goes to show, going to be very valuable here.
Very valuable indeed. Cristiano Ronaldo now maybe the first casualty that's going to be experienced from the side of Geek Fam. Geek Fam already being able to lose that one member here. Yonakama slowly trying to get it back, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to be seeing quite a very interesting one coming in from the side of Geek Fam. Getting in that double kill. Is it going to be a triple here? Oh my Jack, maybe the other one is going to be taken down for the count, but no, it's not going to be enough, as he will be able to get away.
So far, we've seen that Amon is a very, very powerful hero. His damage potential is just absolutely insane, and his ability to roam around the map, thanks to the healing that he gets from his camouflage state, enables him to just apply his pressure throughout the entirety of the Land of Dawn. Geek Fam playing around this very well and creating plenty of space for the Valentina to farm in the bot lane, as the ultimate from Kadita almost executes the Jawhead. He's luckily able to flicker out.
Alright, Wang and Mox as well, sting like a bee now, going over towards the turtle. Is going to be about 4,000 gold advantage in favor of Geek Fam here. We're going to be seeing a lot of power spikes working in favor of Geek Fam, as Yonakama now behind by 10 kills. And we do see that for the side of Geek Fam is just practice for them here. They are going to be operating quite a bit onto Yonakama. Yonakama now trying their level best to get into it, but what is Oh My Jack doing? Oh My Jack coming into the middle of it without any of his members here. Definitely not the smartest thing that he has done thus far.
Yep, a 5v1. No way the Jawhead is walking out of that. We saw an example of Valentina's ultimate as well. He did steal the Holy Baptism and use it to stun Oh My Jack, allowing the rest of his team to follow up. That is the flexibility and power of this new hero. Now the Amon jumping into the back line. He wants to get the Brody, but the Jahid is here to put a stop to that. Ensemble force onto the Beatrix. Gets the ejector into the tower. Has to use the flicker to get away as Daddy Fia jumps in for the Holy Baptism, but isn't quite able to land it onto the Beatrix. Looks like the Baxia will be able to walk out of that just fine as well.
Very nicely done there, coming in for the side of Geek Fam. Yonakama right now playing it as much as they can here, but see the tempo has been started. It's like an orchestra, and Geek Fam is a conductor, and Yonakama just playing to the beat of the music that Geek Fam is going to be setting for them. Cristiano Ronaldo now going to be going for it, and there we go. We're going to be seeing another one here coming up on the side of Geek Fam. 2 kills there for them as well. Sumail were able to get down another one. Sting like a bee taking in a little bit of damage here. Will not be able to get taken down because he is going to be hiding under his turret. But it's going to be the first turret here in favor of Yonakama, but it seems that it's not going to be enough as Geek Fam is going to be taking that third turret. This is going to be a huge problem for Yonakama. Why? Because it frees up Geek Fam to be able to go for roams here.
Indeed, Yonakama just in a very difficult spot right now. We can see in terms of net worth, they are 5k behind. Each of the individual heroes have much less farm as compared to the Geek Fam counterparts here. And they're just continuously applying this pressure, making use of their assassin heroes, their cooldowns and abilities to get pickoffs. But looks like Yonakama does see Geek Fam in the bush here. Jadifia almost gets taken up at the rough waves, but the Kadita isn't able to follow up. But in the bottom lane, the godlike streak going over to the Amon on the side of Geek Fam.
Alright, we do see that for the side of Geek Fam. It seems that the schooling members of Yonakama here is going to be a very much a strong dive. We do see that coming in from the side of Geek Fam. They're very much well aware that they do need to set up a proxy if they want to be able to pressure the bot. If they're going to try to pressure over to the bot side here, it's going to be a very wise choice for them to get that proxy working. And Yonakama now in a little bit of trouble here. Wang taking in a little bit of damage from the side of Yonakama, but oh my goodness.
Oh!
There we go. Mega kill coming in from the side of Geek Fam.
Just instantly vaporized under the pressure of the rough waves. This is the strength of Kadita. Once the hero is able to get some items, you expect the squishier heroes to just instantly disintegrate, and an unstoppable streak going over to Sting like a bee from Geek Fam as well as he gets the kill onto the enemy.
Oh boy.
They catch out Daddy Fia. He has to use the flicker to escape. He will do so, but that's an important battle spell on cooldown now.
Beautifully done there, coming in from the side of Yonakama, was able to escape, but it seems inevitability is going to be knocking in their door as Geek Fam right now. Sumail is going to try to get in the middle of it. Sumail may be immobilized and maybe in a lot of trouble here, but it's going to be a legendary here coming in from the side of Geek Fam. Was able to get it onto Lord Mona. Mona being taken up for the count here, as we do see Bai in the middle of the fight trying his level best to give a little bit more action onto the side of Geek Fam. Geek Fam unfazed, not very fearful of the damage potential that come in from Yonakama, knowing that how ahead they are. 5 turrets to 1 with a total of 9,100 gold in their favor. We're going to be seeing another fight that pick up Oh My Jack, maybe Oh My Dead, as we do see legendary for the side of Geek Fam.
The damage potential from Amon proving to be too much as Nibiru's passion gets the monster kill onto Rafaela. Mega kill going over to Sumail as he picks up the Esmeralda as well. The kill count is 21 to 1 in favor of Geek Fam. They're already pushing into the enemy base as Endless Shards gets a legendary streak for the Amon as well.
Right, beautifully done there, coming in from the side of Geek Fam. They are going to be pressuring members of Yonakama here. Yonakama now playing it as much as they can here, trying to stay relevant, but it seems that with a total of 21 kills ahead, Geek Fam right now seems to be like, okay, we're going to back away. We're going to build up a little bit of priority over to the bot side here. We're going to be crushing members of Yonakama under our boots with the pressure, but it's going to be the the Lord is going to come into play here.
The game so far has been completely one-sided in favor of Geek Fam. Their gameplay has been clean and coordinated, leaving basically no gaps in their defense for Yonakama to take advantage of. We can see the Amon so far is on a 10-0 KDA. The rest of the team as well looking very healthy. Their item build already full item, even 2 items ahead of their counterparts on Yonakama thus far. And with the Lord pushing down the mid lane, Geek Fam are in a very comfortable position to potentially end the game with the next push.
Beautifully done there, coming in from the side of Geek Fam, as we do see Yonakama now very much concerned with the fact that they don't have much to fall back behind. It is going to be the crystal that is opened up, and we do see that they are bleeding slowly here. It's like a ship that is slowly sinking, and Geek Fan right now are poking holes into every angle. We do see now, oh, Miharu is going to get blown up. That's going to be a very hard time for the side of Yonakama. Yonakama is going to go for the pressure up there as they're going to go for a lot of action on towards the Lord, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to be seeing there in the middle of it, one by one, wipeout, and that's game number 1 in favor of Geek Fam.
This is just signature Geek Fam right here. They can end it, but they're gonna stand in front of the enemy base and spam recall because that's just how this team. That's just how they roll, man. They don't want to just win. They want to push it in their opponent's faces, and just an absolute dismantling of Yonakama Rose by Geek Fam. Looks like experience wins the game this day.
Not only experience, I'm thinking that pacing and tempo is definitely going to be the case here for the side of Geek Fam onto Yonakama Rose. Yonakama Rose there, I felt like they were not only a step behind, they were 10 steps behind here. At every turn, Geek Fam just punished them. Every time they moved into the jungle, they get punished. Every time they try to push a little bit of pressure onto any of these side lanes, they get punished. Mid-side, they get punished. Everything that Yonakama did were punished really, really hard here. Geek Fam just goes to show that, hey, you know, we're going to school you, and that's how they go. And I feel that Geek Fam can draft all supports, and I won't be surprised if they're able to just win it. I mean, it may not be an easy thing to do, but they can still win it just based on the experience alone. However, we're not going to discount Yonakama Rose. Maybe it could be one of those things where the engines are late to start. You know, I mean, it does take a little bit of time for some people to actually pick up and at least turn on the engines. But looking at how Yonakama Rose have been playing, it seems that it's going to be a very hard time here because Geek Fam is going to be clapping them at every turn if they keep this up.
It's going to be a really rough uphill climb for Yonakama Rose based on their performance in that game 1. We cannot count them out, as you highlighted. There's a reason they are here in the grand finals, but we've already witnessed that there seems to be this schism, this very evident gap in the levels of gameplay between these two teams. And if Yonakama Rose want a chance at being able to vie for that champion title, they're gonna need to buckle up real hard and play to the absolute best of their ability, or face being absolutely steamrolled by their opponents in this series. Honestly, I'm rooting for them. They are absolutely the underdogs in this series here, and I want to see some more excellent MLBB gameplay. I want to see some upsets from Yonakama Rose.
Yeah, as much as I want to be seeing the same thing too, it does seem that it is outside of the realm of possibility here coming in from the side of Geek Fam. But let us look at the highlights here, which I think is going to be a majority of Geek Fam here. Let's take a look at that highlights.
Alright, having a look at the highlights here, we can see even from the very beginning of the game, Geek Fam was just outplaying their opponents. A beautiful snipe from the Beatrix up there, making very good use of Kadita's cooldowns. They knew every time that Rough Waves was available, Geek Fam immediately started making something happening. Once they knew that they had already won their lanes, thanks to the early roams from the Amon in the jungle, the hero can come online very quickly without needing too many items. They immediately started rotating, they immediately started grouping. They knew that now that they were in the lead, as long as they were able to group up and take specific key objectives, there would be nothing that Yonakama Rose could do to counteract them.
And this is the post-game stats here for the side of Geek Fam and Yonakama Rose. It is going to be a very interesting one indeed here. Seems that it is all going to be Geek Fam here, with the only exception of Cristiano Ronaldo. That was the only one that was eliminated in that game. So I do believe that coming in from Geek Fam, it was I think it was so close for it being a perfect game where they didn't lose any members, but Cristiano there was caught out by members of Yonakama, and I feel that that's what Yonakama needs to do. They need to bring the fight towards Geek Fam. I think they need to draft out heroes that could actually bring the fight towards Geek Fam rather than them play it out in a more backpedaling fashion, and I believe that Yonakama does have the potential to upset Geek Fam, but it is going to be a mountain to climb. It's not a hill. It's not a hill. It's not an easy task to do for the side of Yonakama, but it is a possible task for them to achieve.
The thing is, this is going to be a really big mental blow to Yonakama. Sure, they lose one game, they still have plenty more to play, but losing in this fashion is going to be really affect them psychologically. And sometimes factors like that are what make the difference. But having a look at the MVP of this game is gonna be Wang from Geek Fam on the Amon with the 11-0 KDA.
Beautifully done there coming in from them. I do believe that there was so much potential for them to bring it out on towards Geek Fam, but it seems that Yonakama is going to be on the back pedal here as Geek Fam is going to take center stage here, and Wang is definitely going to be the one that is leading his team to victory in game number 1 at least, so to speak, mainly because of his ability to just get into the fight, get into the fray, was able to use a lot of his abilities really well, effectively and efficiently, and I feel that coming in from Geek Fam, they're just very well aware of what they needed to do to steamroll Yonakama Rose in every possible way.
It was just such oppressive gameplay from Geek Fam there. Even if Yonakama Rose had something up their sleeve to pull out, Geek Fam just never really gave them the chance to achieve that. And what we need to see in the next game is Yonakama Rose to draft in such a way, play in such a way to be able to adapt to this aggressive strategy coming out from Geek Fam. You mentioned earlier that it'd be good if they could draft up heroes that could bring the fight over to Geek Fam. The problem is, in this previous game, I do feel like their draft was pretty suited for that. They had the Brody, the Rafaela, the Jawhead, the Paquito. Their early game should have been pretty secure. It's just that Geek Fam recognized how to use their resources, they identified the strengths of their heroes and took full advantage of that. So right now, Yonakama, I think they need to bring it back to the basics here, play the most comfortable heroes they could possibly play, because it's going to be very difficult to try and counterplay what Geek Fam brings to the table if they're not used to their heroes.
And I feel that's going to be the case here, Sadafa, because if I do feel that for Yonakama, they weren't able to actually build a legitimate response towards the early game oppressiveness of Geek Fam, then what do they have here? They only have the ability to play very safe and try to focus on a scaling hero that could be the champion of their choice in terms of them putting out the DPS. But for those of you guys who don't know, we are going to be taking a short break as we are going to give a little bit more time for our grand finalists to get ready. And before we do that, remember, that's why the Vivo Y76 5G featuring flash charge, 50 megapixel main camera, and of course, an ultra super sleek, super slim design. It is now available in both Cosmic Aurora and Midnight Space at 1,299. He's Sidalpha, I'm Hound, and we're going to be back with more here at the Vivo Super V Championship, our inaugural MLBB tournament brought to you by Vivo Malaysia. Don't you dare go anywhere. We'll be back soon. See you in a bit.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover, and you never want another, 'cause you really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
Vivo.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover, and you never want another, cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the Vivo Super V Championship, an inaugural MLBB tournament brought to you by Vivo Malaysia. My name's Dafa, and I'm very excited to welcome you back to the stream along with my co-caster Hound. Today, we just witnessed a very one-sided game 1 of our best of 5 grand finals. What do you feel about that last game, Hound?
Dominance. I mean, dominance. That's just it. But before we go into game, remember that's why the Vivo Y76 5G available with in both Cosmic Aurora and Midnight Space for 1,299 ringgit. Just so you guys know, it features the flash charge with a 50 megapixel main camera and an ultra slim design. With every purchase, there will be free gifts worth 537 ringgit, including a premium gift set, 1 year extended warranty, and 1 year screen crack protection. So if you drop it, you will be able to get a new screen. And of course, the roadshow is currently ongoing here at the Central ICT in Shah Alam from now until the 5th of December, so make sure you drop by to get the first-hand experience of the new Vivo Y76 5G. And before we get into it, I guess that's going to be all here, because it is going to be the Geek Fam show if this keeps up, if Yonakama Rose will not be able to build up a very steady bit of offense here against them. But looking at it, Geek Fam just showing that they are unfazed by it. But I guess that's enough about us speculating. How about we go into the draft and find out what's awaiting Yonakama Rose and a Geek Fam. Here we go! Sadafa, break it down for us!
Alright, it's game number 2,
Your
everyone.
team is
Yonakama
banning.
Rose now on the blue side, Geek Fam drafting on the red side. As we've already highlighted several times before the break, Yonakama Rose has a very steep hill to climb in the obstacle that is Geek Fam here. Will they be able to make the necessary modifications to their draft and strategy to be
Your
able to
team is
overcome
banning.
the raid boss that is Geek Fam?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting indeed here. Geek Fam now operating on a whole different level compared to Yonakama Rose. Yonakama Rose now has got to basically pick out the best of the best in terms of what they have to offer against Geek Fam here. We did see that their last draft was a very good draft, but it seems that
Your team
Geek
is
Fam was the
banning.
more effective team towards giving a lot of pressure onto Yonakama. Yonakama now is going to be very much interested towards seeing what kind of bans are going to be picked out here. They may be the ones that are going to be picking out first. So Derek Fia is definitely going to be looking to either securing a very strong pickup or maybe even a safe pickup
Your
to
team
maybe
is
open
picking.
up an opportunity to counterpick Geek Fam.
Looks like Yonakama are going to ban out the Valentina as well as the Eve. The fact that they didn't ban the Amon indicated that they actually wanted to pick him themselves since they have the first pick. However, Geek Fam already identified that they will be banning out the Amon for themselves as well as the Natan. So Yonakama, what is going to be their first choice here? Paquito is an option.
Your team
Matilda
is
as well
picking.
still in the pool, but interestingly enough, gonna go for the Clint pickup, taking a page out of the book from Team Dragonica earlier. We'll see how successful the hero is this time.
I'm not entirely sure whether this Clint pickup is going to be a good one here for the side of Yonakama, but it is going to be a very good one indeed. Why? Because Clint is one of the stronger marksmen that could bring a lot of damage onto Geek Fam here, but the problem is,
Your team is
Abyssal Missile for Fizzle is going to be definitely going to be a strong contender here for Geek Fam. If they're able to set up those stuns from long range, it's going to be a hard time for Yonakama. The longer the missile travels, the longer the stun's going to be. So looking at how Geek Fam is going to be operating here, they do have a lot of potential for pickoffs here compared to Yonakama. Yonakama now very much concerned with how they're going to keep Clint safe, but
Your
ooh!
team is picking.
What do you think about this Raja pickup here for Yonakama?
It's risky, but could work out very well for them. Roger is a hero that does a fair bit of damage in the early game and scales very well towards late as well. The fact that they locked in the Clint earlier already indicates that they
team is
want to play
banning.
for the late game. Geek Fam taking advantage of that is going to be flaunting their early game dominance, having Beatrix, Selena, and Matilda, all of which can output massive amounts of DPS during the first few minutes of the game. So the goal for Yonakama is to be able to survive this, as all three of the heroes they've drafted so far do require
Your
a bit of
team
time
is
for that
banning.
scaling.
Alright, Lord Mona now is going to be locking in his hero as well as a Sumail locking in another hero. What do you feel is going to be the last two heroes for Yonakama as well as Geek Fam to fill out their composition and come full circle in terms of what they're going to be providing onto the Land of Dawn here?
It's very hard to tell, considering that
Your team
even
is
though
picking.
Geek Fam is a team that we know, they are a team that is known to try out different things, especially since they're going to be playing on this stage. I think they're going to be using it as an opportunity to test out different strategies and more unorthodox styles of gameplay. So it is kind of difficult to predict what we are going to be seeing coming out from both these teams. But with the next two bands coming out, the Rafaela as well as the Ruby from each of these teams, Geek Fam has the first pick of the second phase. And it
Your
looks
team
like we
is
are
green.
going to be seeing a jungle Harley here. We see the Retribution on the Selena, but I get the feeling that they are going to swap that out later on.
I think there's going to be a huge problem here for Yonakama. I do remember that very early on when Harley was just introduced, there was a lot of issues with the amount of mobility that our Harley is able to bring out here. With Cristiano Ronaldo now holding on to their
Your
Harley.
team
Yes, there
is
were a lot of
picking.
nerfs that happened towards Harley, especially in terms of the damage, in terms of how much he's been able to put out in a very short amount of time here. So he may not be as bursty as I used to remember him, but he still has a lot of annoying traits in terms of being able to go in and out, dropping in a lot of damage here, and if he's able to get that wave clear out, it's going to be a huge problem because all he needs to do is just throw out a set of spells, complete that spell rotation, go on a very good rotation here, get a certain amount of kills, and then it's going to be a hard time here for the side of Geek Fam. But Yonakama now showing up very, very strong indeed as we head into game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you are buckled to your seats because it's going to be a bumpy ride for those of you guys who are Yonakama fans, but those of you guys who are cheering Geek Fam all the way, maybe you guys are going to be a little bit less bumpy on this ride.
But if you are indeed fans of Yonakama, make sure to show your support in the comments below. They're going to be needing it going up against Geek Fam. They're one game up right now. This is a best of 5 series, so even if Geek Fam wins the next game, there is still a chance for Yonakama to come back and win it all. But it just makes it all the more difficult. So this is going to be a very important game too for Yonakama. Looking at the drafts overall, Yonakama, they have a bit of a risky draft here, considering most of their heroes require items to really start outputting that DPS, whereas Geek Fam, their early game dominance is going to be even more evident in game 1.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting indeed here coming in for Yonakama as well as Geek Fam. Both these teams now are going to be very much concerned with how they're going to be building up the priority for the early game here. Dadipia as well as Oh My Jack are going to be giving a little bit of pressure onto Amok as well as Sumail here. A little bit of damage there being taken onto Amok, but Amok right now just showing Amoks, excuse me, are going to be just pushing on towards him, giving in a little bit of damage over to the bot side. Lord Monase in a bit of trouble here, taking in a lot of damage, being pushed down towards 40% HP.
So far, it's looking to be a little more passive compared to game 1, but I think we can expect Geek Fam to start making some plays very soon. And just as I say it, Oh My Jack almost dies in the mid lane to Sumail, so that was very, very close. I asked a little bit about some of the players on Geek Fam before this, but before I get to that, hold on! First blood has been claimed. Cristiano Ronaldo gonna pick off the Esmeralda, as the Clint will also fall to the combined efforts of Geek Fam.
Beautifully done there coming in from the side of Geek Fam as well as Yonakama. Both these teams now are going to get quite a bit of advantages here, especially for Geek Fam. Yonakama, they're a little bit late. You see that the tempo has been dropped again from the side of Yonakama. Not too bad here early on. I mean, 2-0. It's not going to be as bad as how Geek Fam were pressuring Yonakama in the first game. By this 2-minute mark already, we have seen 5 to 6 kills already on the scorecard. But we do see that Yonakama now playing it a little bit more conservatively compared to how they played game number 1. Could be that Yonakama has identified what they need to do against Geek Fam, but Sumail as well, Oh My Jack going to be put into a bit of trouble here. Oh My Jack taking a lot of damage and has to get away.
Looks like he will be able to successfully escape though, so that's going to be pretty valuable. But Kufra going to be stopping the Beatrix from being able to escape with the bouncing ball. Drops him pretty low, but not able to follow up on that, so he will be able to recall back to base. But while all of this is happening, that's creating a lot of space for the Harley to be able to take the turtle for free.
Alright, we're going to be seeing Ammo right now as well. Sumail now are going to be giving a lot of pressure on towards members of Yonakama here. Mid lane is going to be where the priority is given. There we go. Abyssal Missile is not going to land on towards the spot here, as Amox are going to be giving a lot of pressure onto it. But we do see that they have spotted out the Roger. Right now is going to be very, very careful on him committing towards this fight. He doesn't want to be getting caught by Geek Fam early on. We do see Monase as well as Cristiano and Wang are going to be going in. Monase taken down for the count.
That's unfortunate. For a moment there, it did look like Manase would be able to escape from that, but the damage over time from the Harley proving to be too much. Abyssal Arrow will find its mark onto Miharu, but Daddy Fia and Oh My Jack will be able to stop Geek Fam from making that dive under the tower, wisely choosing not to take that risk.
Alright, we do see that coming in from the side of Yonakama. They are going to be trying to be very wary of how Geek Fam is going to be playing this game. We do see that Geek Fam right now exercising a lot of the pressure onto the top side. Very, very much playing onto the top side here. Why? Because they want to be freeing out that top side. That is where I'm thinking that a lot of the pressure is going to be building up for Geek Fam. It is going to be their strong side, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be very easy to see how they're going to go. Daddy Fia right now in a little bit of trouble here. If they're able to destroy that top side turret, then it's going to be hard for members of Yonakama to actually hold the wave, or at least hold the lane onto their favor here, as Geek Fam will be able to free up themselves, score a little bit of objective potential. Oh, but we do see a fight here coming in. We'll get a knockout onto Daddy Fia. Daddy Fia right now trying to run away. We do see Dragonfall coming out here, coming in from the side of Geek Fam. Geek Fam right now very, very much aggressive here. Lord Manase may be the next one to be taken down for the count here. Double kill going over towards Lord Manase here. He's going to be very much, excuse to Cristiano Ronaldo here, as he is going to be very much aggressive onto Yonakama. Yonakama still have not scored a single kill yet. 3,000 gold advantage for Geek Fam.
Yeah, this is starting to shape up to be very similar to the results of game 1. Yonakama just can't find gaps in GeekFam's defense to take advantage of. GeekFam is roaming around in units of players here. They know exactly who needs
Red
to
team
roam
has
to
turret
what
has
place
been
and which
destroyed.
heroes will be able to hold lanes by themselves.
Red team
Leaving the
hero
Yuzong
has
down
been
here to
slain.
handle the Esmeralda while they continue to make plays. However, Yonakama do finally get a kill in the form of Sumail. However, down here in the bottom lane, GeekFam chasing down Lord Manasseh. Looks like they won't be able to catch up, however.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here coming in from the side of GeekFam. They are going to be pressing quite hard here. Well, over to the top side, Yonakama is going to try their level best to get their first turret of the game.
Red
It's
team
going to be
turret
very
has been
interesting that they
destroyed.
have to open this up. This gives them an opportunity to roam and put some of their resources onto
Blue
other
team
lanes that
turret has
are already
been
starting to
destroyed.
fall back here. But we do see that GeekFam opening up another turret in their favor here. Both side lanes have been opened up in favor of GeekFam, giving them a lot of opportunities to put in some resources over to the mid side.
Yup, but all things considered, Yonakama are actually putting up a much better fight compared to game 1. Sure, they are still notably behind in terms of net worth, but they are managing to even things out and not actually losing too many of these fights. Ambo's not going to be able to engage onto Yonakama as well there with the bouncing ball. They are playing together, which means that Yonakama's farm is going to be a bit slower, but under these circumstances, it might actually be the correct choice to ensure they don't give free pickups to their opponents.
I mean, it is darned if you do, darned if you don't situation here for a lot of members of Yonakama here. If they don't respond to this and they give up a little bit of their goal, then it's going to be a huge time for GeekFam to take advantage of that, and it is going to put them even worse here. Sunk cost fallacy is going to be a thing for Miharu. Doesn't look like sunk cost fallacy is going to be a thing for Miharu
team
as he
turret
is
has
going to
been
take it down for the
destroyed.
count here. Look at the amount of damage is coming in from the side of GeekFam as they are going to be trying to close out as much as they can here on terms of the priority being given towards members of Yonakama. GeekFam now will have the tempo as well as the urgency to get that turtle in play, but we do see that members of Yonakama now very much aware of what is happening here. Lord Manasseh being taken down for the count here.
Blue team
Cristiano
turret has been
Ronaldo
destroyed.
now, maybe the other one that is taken down. Abyssal Arrow will come out. Abyssal Missile, excuse me, will come out here, and it seems that it is going to be used as a detriment. It's a deterrent against Yonakama.
Yeah, GeekFam is doing a very good job of just zoning out Yonakama. They know that they're going to be afraid to go for the full 5-man engage, and so they're just playing out of range slightly while being able to take the objectives away. We can see that right now, even though they're contesting the turtle, Yonakama, they're not confident enough to be able to contest. Just going to try and reset it. They will successfully do so, but I don't think it'll take too much longer for GeekFam to take it irregardless. Yonakama is still in a
Red
very
team
tough
has slain
spot
the
here in
turtle.
this game.
Okay, regardless of what GeekFam is, Yonakama is doing, GeekFam still will be able to score their turtle and extending their lead to 4.6 thousand gold in favor of GeekFam here. We do
Red
see,
team
oh my
hero
goodness,
has
one
been
by one, we
slain.
do see that it is going to be 2 kills here coming in from the side of Yonakama, but GeekFam right now are going to be
Blue
responding
team
quite a
hero
bit
has
here.
been
Stinging like a
slain.
bee is going to be stinging like a truck here in this situation. Oh my Jack, look at the amount of damage that Oh my Jack is taking here from it. Oh, sting like a bee going out with the ultimate, will not be able to land it though.
Oh, but the Abyssal Arrow does find its mark. Flame Shot gonna slow down the Roger, and a mega kill going over to Wang on the Harley. Successfully secures a kill onto the enemy jungle, which will allow him to take his jungle for free. GeekFam now 6k ahead of their opponents. They don't have as many kills as they did in game 1, but the safe gameplay from Yonakama not giving them much in return as an unstoppable streak. Double kill going over to the Harley.
Blue team turret
Beautifully done
has been
there coming in
destroyed.
from Wing Kok Wong. Will be able to give a lot of damage here on towards it. Daddy Pia now hanging out over there. Don't know what is he doing. I don't think that's going to be a wise choice. Sumail will be the one that is going to be targeted, but look at the amount of numbers here going on to Daddy Pia. Daddy Pia using his flicker to get away, but I don't think that's going to be enough here as GeekFam is going to be knocking on Yonakama's door.
This is rough. This is very difficult for them now, considering how much they are behind in net worth. And this is a
Blue
team
team
composition
turret
that
has been
needs to
destroyed.
be able to farm. They have a very late game team comp. Daddy Pia gets caught out by the Abyssal Arrow. Should be fine, as well as the Renner's Apathy gonna be tanked by Lord Manasseh. But as you mentioned, Yonakama, they've basically been forced to reside in their base full time. And with the Lord coming out in 10 seconds, GeekFam will take this objective for free. And that is probably going to take down an inhibitor turret if they are able to push alongside the Lord.
Yeah, I do believe that coming in from Geek Fam as well as Yonokama, they've got to be very careful on how they want to be doing this, because if they're not too careful from Geek Fam, if they're not too careful, it is going to be a hard time for them to be able to compete against members of Geek Fam. The lead is too much in favor of Geek Fam here. I don't see how Yonokama is going to come back into it. They're going to need a miracle here, but we do see that Ifia now is going to go over onto him. Beautiful stuff there coming in. Amok right now. Maybe another one that could be in trouble here, but we do see Dragonfall coming in from the side of Cristiano Ronaldo, as Ifia right now is going to be taken in. Look at the amount of damage that's coming in from the side of Geek Fam. We do see that coming in for Yonokama. There was a valiant effort for them to try to get a shutdown onto its members of Geek Fam, but it seems that the damage was not enough, as well as the Geek Fam's speed of response is very high indeed. Lord has been called out onto the top side here. It's only going to be a matter of time before Geek Fam closes out on Yonokama.
Yonokama did end up losing Daddy Fia in that last skirmish, but they actually did manage to play that pretty well. They know that they're not going to be able to contest the Lord, so they just buy some time against Geek Fam, and they were able to get the bottom tier 1 tower. Sure, it is definitely not going to be a worthy trade by any means, but considering how far behind the team is right now, it's these small plays that are going to matter the most. However, Lord now going to be pushing in down the top lane. Kufra jumps in, gets the stun onto the Beatrix, but will it be enough though? Bennett's Ray is going to be popped, doing a lot of damage. Flame Shot not going to meet his mark, gets tanked by the Roger as they jump straight into the back line and take out Miharu. The inhibitor turret has been taken down. Looks like Sumail will fall once again, but that's not too big of a problem. Oh my Jack actually doing a fair bit of damage with the Yin Yang overturn as the Roger gonna chase down the Harley with a double kill. He wants to look for the Beatrix as well, but he is cut off from the rest of his backup, so he will wisely decide not to pursue the issue further. They lose an inhibitor turret, but they do manage to get some kills in return.
Very nicely done here coming in from Yonokama. They were able to at least put a bit of a damper here onto its Geek Fam, mostly because I think Geek Fam was a little bit overzealous in their initial push, and I felt that that was more on the mistake of Geek Fam rather than the advances of Yonokama that plays a huge factor here. But we do see now that Geek Fam, no more mistakes are going to be made here. They are going to want to at least close out the game. 11 minutes into this game, it could be that Geek Fam right now a little bit taking off the kid gloves here onto Yonokama, and I feel that it's going to be a very hard time here. Dadifia as well is going to be in a bit of a trouble here. Amox is going to be going in, could be a huge problem. Look at that. Look at the amount of damage they hit with that by Sting Like a Bee, but in the middle of it, Cristiano is going to be in it. Look at the amount of damage is coming out. We do see the follow-on that's coming in from the side of the Geek Fam is a bit too high here. As you do see Yonokama losing out at least 2 members, if I'm not mistaken. 1 member already down, 2 members already down. Killing Spree going to go over to the side of Geek Fam. Geek Fam right now are going to be knocking on Yonokama's doors, and this could be the end of game number 2. Beautiful abyssal arrow there coming out, but it could be, oh, Dadifia, what are you doing in the middle of that there? I don't think you want to be forcing it out. Beautifully done there coming in from the side of Geek Fam.
Okay, a 2v5 situation from Yonokama. They need to buy enough time for the rest of their team to respawn. They're not going to be able to defend this Geek Fam. Just playing with them, just clearing up the minion wave as they find a killing spree onto Oh My Jack. Miharu, the only one left. Luckily, the Roger and Esmeralda are going to be joining him. Geek Fam have delayed the game long enough for the rest of Yonokama to start coming back online, but it's still a 3v5 situation as the Deadly Magic not quite able to execute the Esmeralda. The Crystal will live for now, but for how much longer will Yonokama be able to defend against this pressure?
30 seconds left, and we do see that Yonokama now has got to be very wary of what they need to do. They need to be getting the pressure back and at least contest the Lord here. That's the only way I feel that Geek Fam is going to be put up against the heels here, but Geek Fam is so far ahead in terms of the score that they have, as well as the goal that they've been able to accrue from themselves. 10,000 goal advantage in favor of Geek Fam, and I feel that Yonokama is going to be very much up against the ropes here regardless of what they do. They can land a knockout punch on the Geek Fam, but because of the lead that Geek Fam has been able to accrue from themselves, I feel that it is going to be an uphill battle, up a mountain to climb here for Yonokama. But we have seen crazier things happen. We have seen some crazy reverse sweeps in the past, and I know for a fact that Yonokama does have the ability to do so, but Geek Fam just shows that their consistency as well as understanding of what they need to do is catching members of Yonokama off guard here.
First, Luminous Lord of the game has spawned and is immediately slain by the side of Geek Fam, so that is going to be a very difficult objective to defend against. considering that Yonakama only has one surviving inhibitor tower left. Geek fam, they know they're in the driver's seat right now, and they're just going to wait for the Lord to spawn to finish things off, not going to take any risks that could potentially allow Yonakama to claw their way back into game 2.
Yeah, I feel that Geek Fam are very well aware of, even if they're able to get wiped out in this particular juncture of the game, I feel that Yonakama does have quite a lot for them to pick up here. If they're able to get a 5-kill advantage over Geek Fam and they're able to wipe them out with clear advantages here, it is still going to put them far behind. It's not going to actually make the game even by any means, but we do see that Lord is going to be pushing over to the mid side. I spoke a little bit to Monose has been taken off on the count, and this is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 in favor of Geek Fam. Hands right here.
Unfortunate for Yonakama, but once again a very clean victory for the side of Geek Fam. Yonakama, they certainly put up a better fight this time around, but it still wasn't enough. The pressure, the gameplay, the coordination from Geek Fam just proving to be too much of an obstacle for this team to overcome. And now, only one game away from losing our grand finals. They really need to figure out a solution fast if Yonakama wants to have a chance at that champion title.
Yonakama Rose may be a beautiful flower in terms of the rose here, but it seems that the withering that is coming from Geek Fam is like a storm here for Yonakama Rose, and it's only so much that they're able to hold on here. I do have to give a little bit of at least an A for effort here for Yonakama, but I mean, it's Major League Baseball and Little Leagues here. I mean, it's a huge gap, and I'm not trying to discredit. I'm not trying to say that, hey, just throw in the towel. No, I'm saying that Yonakama needs to think a little bit out of the box. They need to force members of Geek Fam to respect them, at least in the line of dawn, in that sense, because a lot of times I feel like Geek Fam just doesn't respect the amount of damage that they're able to output. They're very well aware of the limitations of each and every one of the heroes, the little quirks of interactions that come from both the teams, and I feel that's going to be the case. Let's take a look at the highlights here and break down what happened to you guys. I think it's going to be a Geek Fam highlight yet again. Let's take a look.
Indeed, Geek Fam played this game excellently, but what you highlighted is indeed true. There were moments in the game where Geek Fam did kind of overestimate themselves and underestimate the DPS that Yonakama was able to output, which allowed Yonakama to actually come out on top in a few skirmishes throughout the game, but it still proved to be too much. Gap in net worth was already too big at that point for Yonakama to bridge. However, these small embers, these little skirmishes where they came out on top, if they are able to replicate more of these situations, as you highlighted, there is actually still a chance for them to dethrone Geek Fam. The question is, will they be able to do it now that the looming possibility of defeat grows ever closer?
Yeah, it says that defeat is going to be on the table for Yonakama, but I think that what Yonakama needs to do here, if they want to stay relevant, is force members of Geek Fam up against the ropes. But it seems that with the draft as well as the ability from Geek Fam to just keep pushing the fight on towards them, it's going to be a hard time for Yonakama here. I'm not going to lie, I mean, Yonakama did have... I'd like to apologize here. I think the scoreboard is flipped. It is going to be Geek Fam on the left side and Yonakama's on the right side. So just a little bit of information for you guys back at home. So looking at it, I mean, what can be said here? It's just a whole 15 minutes and 15 seconds into the game is the total duration of the game. And Geek Fam just... Although there were some moments for Geek Fam that they did drop the ball, so to speak, Yonakama had no leverage to actually push back against... they can't clap back against Geek Fam.
Yeah, absolutely. When we look at the screen here, we look at the item builds, nothing really stands out too much. Most of them are pretty default, nothing too out of the ordinary. The difference here is that Geek Fam just proved to be able to pull off their gameplay a lot cleaner than that of their opponents. However, we cannot discredit Yonakama. We did highlight during the draft that this is actually a pretty risky lineup for them to take, considering that they do lack DPS unless their heroes are able to get items. So they could have put themselves in a very vulnerable state, even more so than game 1. So the fact that they were actually able to bring it closer to Geek Fam this time is to their credit. They played that game pretty well comparatively, but it's not going to be good enough. They need to grow even more if they want the chance to be able to compete against the pressure that Geek Fam brings to the table.
So you want to be a professional Mobile Legends player, and this is definitely one of the challenges that you have to face. I mean, Geek Fam, one of the best teams out there, but let's take a look at the MVP. Sting like a bee, not going to be Wang anymore. The KDA 4-0-7 with a total net worth of 11,871, a total damage of 52,758. Stinging like a bee, more like hitting like a truck.
Indeed, indeed. The Beatrix gameplay proving to be very difficult for Yunakama to play against. I did mention that I tried to ask a little bit. We already know that the Geek Fam players, they're not using their usual IGNs here. They're just having some fun with it. So I tried to ask, like, which players are actually which? I wasn't able to confirm everyone, but based on the gameplay here, I am pretty sure that Sting Like a Bee is going to be Lil V here, known for his Beatrix gameplay. So far, Geek Fam in a very comfortable position. Curious to see whether or not Yonakama can bring it back in this final chance.
I do believe that what these teams are able to provide onto the table here, at least for Yonakama's sake, it is going to be a schooling, so to speak, here from the Geek Fam. Geek Fam, I mean, it's expected from Geek Fam for them to be able to, I don't think wipe the floor is the correct term for this here. I think their ability to just put members of Yonakama back on the bridge here, back into the breach, is definitely going to be a case to be considered as something that these teams need to be very well aware of. I mean, when you're going up against a professional team like Geek Fam, you need to be very well aware of what they do well, identify that they do have weaknesses that we did see in that second game, but at the end of the day, I felt that Yonakama is just a little bit dumbfounded in some of these situations. They try their level best to give a little bit of a fight back towards Geek Fam, but at every juncture, Geek Fam has an answer.
You know, the funny thing about Geek Fam is when you ask some of the other casters locally, so many of them do say Geek Fam are kind of the gatekeepers of the pro level scene due to how much they end to stomp on newbies and stuff. But we'll find out whether or not Yonakama will be able to bring it back. We're gonna be going on a short break in a bit, give the players some time to relax and refocus. But just to remind you guys again, this is the Vivo Super V Championship, an inaugural MLBB tournament brought to you by Vivo Malaysia. So if you guys are enjoying, make sure to check out the Vivo Y76 5G today at Vivo Malaysia's official website and social media pages. My name's Staffa, this is Hound. We'll see you guys in just a bit right after this break.
Man. All games that they do really well.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover, and you never want another, 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if you don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
Three, two, one.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover and you never want another 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if it don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if it don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
3, 2, 1.
Vivo.
It doesn't get any better than this. Holding hands with your lover and you never want another 'cause you really, really love her. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if it don't, you gotta let it go, go. You gotta do what makes it feel good. And if it don't, you gotta let it go, go, go.
Vivo.
3, 2, 1.
alarm. So if you guys are at least in the vicinity, make sure to go check it out. Sadafa, what do you have for us today before we head into the final game?
Well, if you guys are just joining us now, you guys have missed a whole day of intense
Too many things.
MLBB action, but you've come just in time for the best part, because we are 2 games into the grand finals between Geek Fam and Yonakama Rose. Geek Fam currently leading 2-0. We might be witnessing the very final day, the very final game of the tournament if Yonakama aren't able to overcome the obstacle that is Geek Fam. It's going to be a very difficult challenge for them, and I am hoping, as much as all the other Yonakama Rose fans out there, that they will be able to find that spark.
Well, as much as I want to say it is the final game, potentially, of course, there is a lot of questions here from Yonakama Rose, whether or not they're able to be at least competitive against Geek Fam. Looking at it here, we are going to be, because, I mean, we're both casters here, we are going to be giving a little bit of a nudge here towards Geek Fam to win it all. However, we do hope that Yonakama Rose does at least give a little bit of a competitive turnaround here onto its Geek Fam. Hopefully they will be able to win at least one game here, because we did see that Geek Fam does have quite a few mistakes when it comes to executing some of these compositions that they have picked for themselves here in game number 2. It was a little bit closer, not to say closer, but there were better scores here, improvement of scores for Yonakama compared to Geek Fam. But at the end of the day, it seems that it is going to be a very hard time indeed. And for those of you who don't know, with every purchase of the Vivo Y76 5G, you will be able to walk away with 537 gifts, free gifts worthy, free gifts worth 537 ringgit, including a premium gift set, 1 year of an extended warranty, and a 1-year screen crack protection. So if you drop your phone in that span of 1 year of purchasing that phone, you will be able to get maybe a replacement, or maybe even that screen crack protection. So for those of you who don't know, this roadshow is currently ongoing at Central Ice City. That I've said it again, I'm going to reiterate again, from now until the 5th of December. So make sure you drop by, get a first-hand experience of the new Vivo Y76 5G.
Now, you know, we've been talking about the Vivo Y76 5G the entire day, but we forgot the most important part of this phone for all you Mobile Legends fans out there. It's just a really good device for playing and ranking up in MLBB. So if you guys are in the market for a brand new phone, look no further than this model right here. Vivo Malaysia, of course, is responsible for bringing you this tournament today as well, so why not show some appreciation their way? But without further ado, we are just moments away from witnessing Game 3 of the Grand Finals. It is a best of 5, so there's still the potential for 3 more games, but based on the performance that Yonakama Rose has been outputting this entire time, I think a lot of people watching at home are going to be thinking that this could very well be the last game.
Yeah, just to talk a little bit more about the game as well. It was a very interesting one indeed here from both these teams. I felt that there were a little bit of issues from Yonakama Rose to be able to stay a little bit competitive against Geek Fam, and I feel that that's going to be the case here heading into game number 3. I do hope that the level of competition, not to say level of competition, let me rephrase that. I do hope that there is going to be some major adjustments coming in from Rose, Yonakama Rose, if they want to stay against Geek Fam here and stay competitive against them. However, we have seen time and time again that Geek Fam did stomp members of Yonakama Rose at every juncture, at every turn, and I feel that's going to be the case here. And for those of you who don't know, remember the Vivo Y76 5G, it does feature a flash charge, 50 megapixel main camera, and of course a super sleek ultra slim design. But you know what doesn't come with it? Skills. Alright, skills sold separately, guys. So if you guys want to get that phone and you think you guys gonna automatically get the highest rank in Mobile Legends, you guys gotta grind a little bit harder. But the fact that it does have flash charge means that less time, I mean, you're gonna spend less time with the phone idle.
That is very true. So if you guys already have the skills but you don't have the phone, you know where to look for it.
Exactly.
Either way though, as we mentioned about this game coming up, yeah, it's gonna be really difficult for
Oh, yes.
Yonakama. The skill disparity between the two teams. We as casters, we have a duty to not be biased, but I think anyone watching can agree with us when we say that there's not a lot of competition happening here. The differences in skill range is just so wide, but it is an underdog story here. There's still the possibility. Everyone loves a good underdog story, and if Yonakama Rose can pull this off, it will be quite the story to tell. The question is, will it become fiction or not?
Well, I mean, a lot of stories are based on fiction. I mean, like a simple story of David and Goliath here. Goliath being Geek Fam and David being Yonakama. But the difference is that the Goliath is basically squishing David as easy as he can here. But looking at it, it's not to disparage or take away the efforts of Yonakama Rose. I do believe that this team does have a potential to be something great. But at the end of the day, when you're going up against a team like Geek Fam and they are evidently just stomping you at every turn, then there has to be a lot more stronger improvements that need to be made in order for a team to be able to come, in order for a team like Yonakama Rose to be a strong offering to its Geek Fam. But at the end of the day, we do see that this, I think, to me, is a good introduction towards what's awaiting some of these would-be professional players. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. Would-be players that would want to have aspirations of turning pro.
Yep, basically, this is going to be a step in the road for every aspiring professional MLBB player. So what's important to note that even if Geek Fam were to clean sweep this grand finals, what's important for Yonakama Rose is to be able to get as much experience out of this as possible, to be able to learn on what level do some of these professional teams, some of the best teams in the country operate. And if they are able to claim victory, that is going to be a huge boost to confidence and morale, and I am all for it. I support Yonakama Rose all the way. Still fans of Geek Fam, of course, but just because you support one team doesn't mean you have to antagonize the other. Every player on the stage has put their blood, sweat, and tears into this tournament, and it is our duty to witness how the results unfold.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, it is going to be a very interesting one indeed here. For these teams to actually go up against each other, there is going to be a lot of talk of how the draft is going to come into play, how these teams are going to actually be a threat to one another, and we do see that the draft is almost up and at 'em. So I don't know about you, Sadafa. We're going to go into it very, very soon.
Indeed, looking
Is
forward
banning.
to the draft, which is going to be coming up right on screen right now. Game 3 of the Grand Finals, a best-of-5 series. Geek Fam currently 2 games up on Yonakama Rose. Drafting on the red side, Geek Fam on the
Your
blue
team
side
is
once
banning.
again, which means that they're going to be looking to see if they can claim Amon as well as Valentina for themselves like they did in Game 1. Natan and Eve already banned out by the respective teams. What Geek Fam decides to ban next is going to be very telling as to what type of strategy they want to enter Game 3 with.
Your team
Yeah, it's going
is
to be a very
banning.
interesting one indeed here. Bans have been very, very much interesting here for the side of Geek Fam. They did ban out some of the heroes that they picked out, I think, in the previous game. And I'm thinking that that's going to be a very interesting one indeed here, as Yonakama right now are going to be the ones that respond towards Geek Fam here. Geek Fam does have an opportunity to lock in their strongest hero, and I'm thinking that could be the case, or sometimes they could actually just go for one of the off pickups here, maybe the support pickup or maybe even the jungle pickup here, because there's not much interaction between the junglers here, judging from how Yonakama as well as Geek Fam have been interacting with one another. But I mean, Geek Fam can basically pick whatever they want,
Your
and they'll
team
still
is
most probably be
iconic.
able to do pretty well here. Yonakama's got to be a little bit more careful with their pick composition here, as we do see that it is going to be a very interesting reply from Yonakama.
The fact that Geek Fam did not ban out either Amon or Valentina already indicated that they wanted to go for these heroes. So the fact that Yonakama banned out the Phobius instead means that they are opening up the draft. Whichever one Geek Fam picks, they want to be the ones to lock in the other.
Your
Interestingly
team
enough,
is
not going for
picking.
the Amon, instead going to be stealing away the Beatrix from Geek Fam this time. So they do recognize that this hero is a larger threat. However, that means that Amon will be available for Geek Fam to pick if they do decide to go for it. The Valentina Amon combo from
Estes?
game 1 already proving to be quite good. And yes, that is an Estes, but that is not
Your
going to be the
team is
lock-in. It
picking.
is indeed the Amon as well as the Clint.
All right, a bit of a bamboozle there coming in from Geek Fam onto us as the casters, as well the viewers at home. It's going to be very interesting here. Amon as well as Clint, a very good damage here. Amon's going to be serving as the offlaner here, going to be giving a lot of roaming potential onto its Geek Fam. Yonakama now may actually be very interested towards... Ooh, gonna
Your
go,
team is banning.
reply with the Selena here. Abyssal Arrow. Abyssal Missile is going to be something of quality that could work out in favor of Yonakama setting up some of these long-range fights here. But remember, the follow-up is really important. Just because you're able to land an Abyssal Arrow from across the map, if there's no follow-up on it, then it's going to
Your
be a hard
team
time
is
for members of
banning.
Yonakama.
Yep, but they do have some pretty solid early game damage
Your
now,
team
since they
is
do have the
picking.
Beatrix as well as the Selena in their pocket. So Yonakama going to be looking to make some slightly more aggressive early game plays, which I think is something that they do need to look into. They can't allow Geek Fam to have the full pressure of the map towards the first few minutes of the game, or they'll just find themselves in a situation where they're just
Your team
snowballed
is
on
picking.
like we saw in the previous 2 games. Next draft's gonna be coming out. They've already banned out the Yuzong as well as the Hayabusa from each side.
that
Isan
Gord?
Shin, the first choice from Yonakama.
Oh my goodness, Geek Fam right now playing around with our feelings as well as Yonakama here. Ishin is going to be a very strong pickup here for the side of Yonakama, but we did see it in game number 1. The Ishin did get picked up, but it seems that Geek Fam were just very much aware of what they needed to do to shut him down. But looking at Geek Fam here, oh my goodness.
Your team
Oh,
is
I haven't
picking.
seen this. I haven't seen this hero in quite a while though.
That's an interesting one. Gonna be drafting the Aurora. As you mentioned, yes, this is not a common hero to be picked up. But if I remember correctly, in the latest patch, there were some modifications to Aurora, with one of the most notable ones being, in the past, she needed
You should be
to cast
ashamed for
4
not
abilities to
trusting
get her
yourself.
stun. Now she only needs 3.
Okay, I think that's actually going to be a very big one indeed here. No significant changes onto Aurora in terms of how her kit works out. I mean, Coldness Destroy is definitely going to be something that Coldness is definitely going to be something that is going to be a very strong, how to say, spell, area of effect spell that's going to do wonders in terms of zoning as well as outputting a crazy amount of damage onto its members of Rose. And I feel that that's going to be the case here for Fam, for the Geek Fam, of course. They do have the identification. They do identify of the fact that they do know and are well aware of what their keys to victory are here. They need to stay from a distance, pelt members of Yonakama with a lot of these spells, whittle away at them, and play a battle of attrition here. Comparatively, in games number 1 and 2, Geek Fam were very much in your face, but this composition's a little bit more unforgiving for the side of Geek Fam.
Yep, absolutely. But this is indeed going to be the last life for Yonakama Rose. They are now 1 game away from losing their chance at becoming the champion of the Vivo Super V Championship. We'll see whether or not this change in draft will be able to assist them. Their early game presence now going to be incredibly strong with the Beatrix, Selena, and Eudora. We'll see if they're able to make anything happen with it. Geek Fam do have heroes that want to scale a little bit, but their early game potential is going to be there as well. But a very nice flame shot steal onto the purple buff by Oh My Jack. Not gonna be giving that over to Wang.
Alright, so we do see that early on, members of Yonakama now may actually be in a little bit of trouble here. Coming in from the side of Geek Fam, they are very well aware of what they need to do here. But we do see that the stun is coming in. Sumail maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Amox comes in with a beautiful stun onto 2. Danifia as well as Oh My Jack, taking in a little bit of damage from Amox here. Over the top side, Monase as well as Cristiano Ronaldo now in a little bit of trouble here. Amox gets taken down from a very overzealous dive here. First blood going over to Yonakama.
That's a little bit of that Geek Fam overconfidence costing them. They're gonna get first blood given over to Yonakama for the first time in the entire series. They almost take out Sting like a bee, but guess what? Wang is waiting, and oh my Jack, in 2003, their health very low, but the Abyssal Arrow finds the Aemon, not going to allow him to engage onto Yonakama. Very well played. The Yi-Sun Shin will also prevent Amox from going in and diving for the kills in the back line.
Amox now going to be giving a lot of rotations over to the mid side with the turtle coming into play. Geek Fam is going to be very wise for them to actually consider this 100 goal in favor of the side of Yonakama compared to Geek Fam. Nothing too high here, rather negligible, excuse me, from Sumail as well as Amox here. But it is going to be very interesting to see how members of Yonakama are going to use this small little lead that Geek Fam has kind of given to them here and see whether or not they are going to effectively bring this game to a turnaround.
The fact that Yonakama do have a lead at this point though is going to be huge. They've been playing from the back foot for basically the entirety of the first two games, and now they're looking for a gank onto Cristiano Ronaldo. 1v3 situation, but he will be able to get away with the dash, no problem, while the rest of Geek Fam tries to steal the jungle away from them. Abyssal Arrow though, gonna find Wang, but the stun returns right onto the Selena, instantly executes her, but the Aemon gets caught out as well, and now Amok's in a lot of trouble, but is able to dash to his teammate just in time. However, Geek Fam, they don't have their jungler now, which means that the very first turtle of the game gonna go for free over to Yonakama.
Very interesting here. Geek Fam right now, I think, are playing a little bit more with reckless abandon here. Ronaldo now gonna go for an immediate one onto Yonakama, but will not be able to get anything out of it. We do see now that Sumail gets hit with the Abyssal Arrow here. Not very good spot here. Bike was able to get off, but it's going to be a hard one here. Gets frozen indeed. Almost gets taken down with the Colonel's Destroy. Luckily enough, there wasn't no follow-up that came in from the side of Geek Fam. They could pet members of Yonakama in a bad spot. Darifia coming in with the zap attack, but it's not going to be enough. Abyssal Arrow comes out to follow up with the stun. Will not be followed up on by Yonakama.
Good reaction from Geek Fam there. That could have been in a bit of trouble if Daddy Fia was able to get the combo out, but the flicker ensured that only half of the combo could go through smoothly and not allow Yonakama to secure that kill. Geek Fam looks like they were trying to go for a gank in the top lane as well, but Mountain Shocker gonna very quickly put a stop to that, giving information over to Yonakama about the locations of Geek Fam. So far, they are actually even in net worth, which is good. Oh, a very nice flicker hook onto Lord Manasseh. Not going to be enough to allow him to escape. Cristiano Ronaldo using a bit of his own medicine against him, transforming into the Ruby and hooking him out of tower range. Daddy Fia going to be the next one to fall, but actually manages to save himself with the regen before falling to the hands of Amos.
Okay, very interestingly enough, Geek Fam right now has been able to equalize this at the 5-minute mark. Excuse me, the 4-minute and 45-second mark, and we do see that Geek Fam right now slowly whittling away at Yonakama, taking away a little bit of their power here, but it seems that Yonakama is having a lot better chances here compared to the games that they played in games number 1 and 2. So we do see that this could be a very strong signifier from the side of Yonakama that they could experience their first victory over a professional team like Geek Fam. But we do see Sumail as well as other members of Geek Fam now are going to be, interestingly enough, going for the turtle here, trying to extend their lead by quite a bit, or at least come back into the game. We do see it is going to be an interesting one indeed in terms of goal. It is going to come back in favor of the side of Geek Fam, but it's fairly negligible. Oh, beautifully done there, coming in from Geek Fam as well as Yonakama. Both of them scoring at least one kill in that turnaround.
Daddy Fia made a good choice. They're actually hiding in the bush waiting for a kill. It would have been nice if his team was a little closer to be able to take advantage of it, but the fact that he was able to trade 1v1 in that sort of situation is actually going to be beneficial for his team. Yonakama have now fallen behind slightly in terms of net worth after that turtle went over to Geek Fam, but it's still not a very big difference, and the kill count is going to be 4-4. So by all means, this game still has the opportunity of going either way, and it goes to show Yonakama have been making good use of their experiences from the previous 2 games.
Very good, very well done indeed here, coming in from the side of Yonakama, but It seems that Geek Fam were able to score at least one more kill there off our view, and I feel that coming in here from the side of Geek Fam, I do believe that they are going to be giving a lot of pressure towards the mid side and top side there, thereby freeing up the turtle, which is going to come into play in another 45 seconds. Oh, Bike is going to get kaboomed out of the lane here. Abyssal Arrow comes out, not going to be able to hit anybody, and they are going to be able to get another turret in their favor here. First turret for the side of Geek Fam, one more turret in favor of the side of Yonakama as well. It's going to be tied up in terms of objectives here with 25 seconds on the clock, as well as Prio starting to build up from the side of Geek Fam. We're going to be seeing them giving a lot of priority as well as attention towards the turtle pit.
Very good rotation from Geek Fam up there. They know that turtle is going to be coming up in about 20 seconds. They want to secure the top lane by pushing in the tower, so they rotate all 5 members up to get rid of the Beatrix to secure their position there a little more comfortably. Add on to the fact that they know their mid lane and bottom lane are both pushing. It's a very safe play to make without too much risk involved of counterplay.
Alright, we're going to be seeing Lord now being taken out for the count here. Beautifully done coming in for the side of Geek Fam. Mega kill going to go work out wonders for them. Another turtle going to come into play. They were able to get one kill there by onto Yonakama, and that actually gives a lot of opportunity to Geek Fam to get that turtle without much contention. We do see Abyssal Arrow going to come out, and Daddy Fia is going to come out with the follow-up that comes work really well onto Weg, but that Eudora definitely giving out a lot of the zappy onto its Geek Fam, but it's not going to be enough though. Geek Fam will be able to get away from that particular situation with their life at least.
Yonakama now about 3k net worth behind. Unfortunate, but not too bad. However, they're going to lose the Selena once again. Geek Fam moving around as a full unit and getting the pickoffs that they need. While it's true that Yonakama are looking to be much more even compared to the previous games, they're still having a little bit of difficulty. This mid-game scaling and farming from Geek Fam proving to be much more efficient than that of their opponent and giving them the advantage they need to start pushing in and taking objectives.
Yeah, it's going to be very... Oh, kaboom! Goes one more from the side of Yonakama, but we do see Lomanase now going to be fighting out. Will he be able to get it? But no, sting like a bee. Too much sustain, and the follow-up that comes in from the side of Geek Fam could be a bad day at the office here. Coming in from the side of Yonakama. Yonakama right now trying to get away, but no! Killing spree going over to the side of Geek Fam. Geek Fam mopping up the floor, and it's going to be Yonakama that's left in the dust.
Oh, this is really rough for Yonakama once again. The power spike coming out from Geek Fam really starting to hit his mark. They're gonna get a nice shutdown onto Sumail, but his skills are on cooldown. He did just use it earlier to get a kill, so it's not too bad for Geek Fam to lose him at that point in time. Being able to get that middle turret is gonna be much more advantageous, considering that the Lord is going to be respawning in another 15 seconds, and they want to claim that objective.
Alright, we're going to be seeing here for the side of Yonakama. Oh, kaboom! Another killing spree there coming in for the side of Geek Fam. 7 kills ahead. No, 8 kills ahead here coming in from the side of Geek Fam. And with a total of 6,300 gold in their pocket here. Geek Fam right now very much poised to end the game. With the pressure that they've been able to accrue, we're going to be seeing that Lord is going to come into play, and it is going to be a standard formation to end here from the side of Geek Fam. As soon as they open up that mid turret here, it is going to be the Lord, or no, maybe they are going to be setting it out here. Oh my Jack! What an attack coming in from Geek Fam.
Absolutely vaporized in the hands of Geek Fam. Yonakama, they've had a fear instilled in them now. They don't know what bush could be hiding multiple members of Geek Fam. They could very easily walk to their deaths if they were to extend too far out, but Miharu is looking for the steal. Will he be able to get it? Looks like he will not. Killing spree by Geek Fam. It was a good attempt, but the Isan Shin is down, so now Geek Fam are going straight in. They do lose the Clint, but Daddy Fia now gonna be the next target for Amok. He does manage to get it. Double kill going over to Sumail as Cristiano Ronaldo now chases down the enemy Beatrix, and the mega kill gonna go over to Amos.
I do believe that for Yonakama as well as Geek Fam, both these teams are going to show their valiancy here in terms of how they've been fighting it out, but it seems like Geek Fam is just operating on a whole nother world here. Not even a whole nother world, a whole nother universe. As Geek Fam right now is poised to end the game. We do see that coming in
from a lot of these players here from Yonakama, but we do see they were able to at least get one down onto Saman. Beautifully done there, coming in from the side of GeekFam, being able to score 2 onto them, but we do see that it is not going to be enough for Yonakama here. The damage definitely is dropping off here from the side of Yonakama as GeekFam now. Look at them, they're getting the shutdowns here. Oh, Cristiano, what you doing there? I don't think you should be there. He should get away. Very wisely done there, coming in from the side of GeekFam to get away from that. 19-8 here at the 12-minute mark.
Definitely was not ideal to lose Wang there. That's a bit of a mistake on GeekFam's side, but they're going to be able to take the middle inhibitor, doing a lot of damage to the bottom inhibitor as well. Cristiano Ronaldo really demonstrating the capabilities of this new hero, Valentina, being able to steal the ultimate of Ruby and just get the flicker hook in, managing to pull 2 members of Yonakama out of their base, despite not being the hero itself. This is an example of what this hero is capable of, and it is absolutely terrifying and also very confusing because you will see the same hero on both sides and it can really get quite messy.
Yeah, it is going to be very messy indeed here. But it seems that GeekFam is operating in a very messy situation here, are able to make it work for them and a very favoring them, excuse me. So we do see that coming in from the side of GeekFam, they are going to be at least scoring out some of these objectives here, padding their finances out before they're able to close out. In terms of itemizations, we do see almost a complete set for a lot of the heart. Oh wait, before that though, we do see that, oh my goodness, they were able to turn it around here. Beautifully done there, coming in from the side of GeekFam. GeekFam right now going to go ambush right now in the middle of it, and we do see Byte has been taken off of the count. We do see that this is going to be the end, the beginning of the end here. Oh my Jack, last time I remember, no, I spoke to this, oh my Jack has been taken down for the count. 4 members are down. Miharu is going to be the last one. Unstoppable coming in from the side of GeekFam, and there you go!
Officially, GeekFam are your champions of the Vivo Super V Championship. A very clean sweep, 3-0 over Yonakama Rose. Introducing GeekFam, your first place champion.
Congratulations to GeekFam for winning the game and being crowned as a champion for the Vivo Super V Championship. They showcased so much throughout the tournament here. Showing in so much actions, showing in so much capabilities of them, but they have proven themselves to be worthy of the title champion. Congratulations once again to them. Big win for them. I mean, not a big win. I mean, it was a dominant win, so to speak. But at the roadshow event now, at Central iCity, the players will now attend the closing ceremony, so do look out for more updates on Vivo's social media pages, Instagram, Facebook, and the like. We also want to thank, say a final thank you and a shout out to Vivo Malaysia for organizing an amazing tournament. We also, before we would like to close out and check out the highlights, we do want to say that the Vivo Y76 5G, not only featuring flash charge, 50 megapixel main camera, and of course an ultra slim design. It is available in both Cosmic Aurora and Midnight Space at 1,299 ringgit. So get it now. If you got any time, go over to Central iCity in Sharlam right now, participate in some of the activities, and get yourself that brand new sleek super slim design of the Vivo Y76 5G.
Yep, and if you guys are on site at Central iCity right now, you will be there as well to be able to celebrate the victory along with the champions, which are GeekFam. Let's have a look at the highlights from this previous game, just to have a look one last time at what exactly happened between these two teams.
Alright, it's going to be rather self-explanatory here. Ice goes freeze, hero goes kaboom. For the side of GeekFam on towards Yonakama, we did see some very good Valiant effects here, Valiant attempts from the side of Yonakama to try to stay relevant in some of these fights, but the rotational values from GeekFam, as well as the abilities to output a crazy amount of damage in a very short amount of time, I think was the saving grace for GeekFam here, despite the fact that they did drop the ball in some of the opening moments against Yonakama, as we can see here.
We've also managed to see the strength of these newer heroes to the land of Dawn, Amon, as well as Valentina. The amount of fear, the amount of damage they can output and instill on the opponents. Especially we can see this play where Cristiano Ronaldo transforms into Ruby and pulls two members of Yonakama right outside their base. Something that you really cannot expect. You usually position yourselves better when you have a Ruby on the enemy team, but this isn't a Ruby. This is a Valentina. Not to mention Sumail on the newly updated Aurora, proving that this hero still has what it takes to be viable.
Very, very interesting indeed here. We're going to be seeing the closing out here. Very unfortunate that coming in from the side of Yonakama, the wipeout is going to be an inevitability here for the side of Yonakama, as Geek Fam were able to wipe them out and close it out with a big win. Let's take a look at the post-game stats here. Very, very interesting story that we are able to garner from this Geek Fam versus Yonakama fight. And I do believe that Yonakama will at least go home with the second place prize here. Definitely a big smile on their face. However, for Geek Fam, it is another day in the office here with a valiant and dominant effort from them against Yonakama.
It really is just typical Geek Fam. We can actually see at the end Sumail, which we have indeed confirmed to be Dominus, sold all of his items at the very end, only having his boots, just because they already know they're going to be winning the game. A little bit of that flexing coming out from Geek Fam once again, but they have good reason to deserve it. Yonakama, we do have to give props to them. They put up a very valiant effort, a very good fight. While it's true that they ended up losing 3-0, we could really see the rapid improvement of this team going from game 1 to game 2 to game 3, and I'm very excited to see what kind of splashes this team will be making in the local pro scene in the future.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how these teams are going to actually specifically Yonakama. I'm really excited to see whether or not we will be seeing them more in the future events outside of this particular Vivo Super V Championship. We do wish them all the best and a lot of opportunities for them in the future. But man, oh man, has it been a crazy one. Let's take a look at our MVP of the final game of today. Amox with a total KDA of 5,118, a total net worth of 8,327. Not the highest amount of net worth, but the damage speaks for itself there, 17,364.
We have to note as well that Amox was playing on the Matilda, which is a support hero, and he has a 5,118 KDA. The amount of space and utility that he brought to the team is not to be underestimated, and there is good reason why he was able to earn this MVP title in game number 3. Geek Fam, as usual, going to be the gatekeepers of the professional scene, showing that if there's any newcomers that want to come up and earn a place for themselves, they're gonna have to get through them first. Yonakama, they weren't successful this time, but perhaps we'll be seeing a grudge match one day in the future. Certainly looking forward to that possibility.
Yeah, that's going to be a possibility that is going to be very interesting to see how some of these teams are going to be interacting with one another. I do believe that there is a lot of opportunities for these teams to actually just get better. I mean, I've always thought about this. I mean, like, if you're not able to put yourself outside of the comfort zone, test yourself against any professional team, regardless whether it's the top team or the lowest team or the middle of the pack, right? You're never going to be able to get out of that slump, right? But man, oh man, has it been a crazy one indeed leading up to this, Sadafa. I mean, before we move on to what is next on the schedule here, let's talk a little bit about your standout moments here throughout the entirety of today.
Standout moments, that is definitely a tough one, but I do have to highlight certain plays. Obviously, some of the plays from the Valentina by Geek Fam in the last game were really, really clean, being able to transform into specific heroes and perform really incredible plays, especially the flicker hooks on Ruby, as well as the competition that happened in the bronze match that happened between Dragonica as well as Vermilion. Goes to show that our local MLBB scene, there's a lot of potential growth and future aspiring professionals to look forward to. And something else to also look forward to is what's going to be happening tomorrow, because while the Super V Championship has concluded, we will also be having another program tomorrow, which is a live pro team show match.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very interesting one indeed here. Normally in these show matches, I always believe that some of these teams either hide some of their best weapons or show some of their best weapons in the show match. So either way, I've always believed that the ones that benefit the most are the viewers.
Absolutely, I agree with that 100%. When a team goes all out and pulls off their comfort picks, their signature heroes, it's very exciting to watch. And even if a team were to decide, oh, it's just a show match, we're gonna play whatever we want, bring out the unorthodox stuff, that's still fun to witness as well. So if you guys are interested in watching some pro teams go head to head live right here tomorrow, make sure to tune into the stream once again.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, we are available on social media as well. Those are our tags at the bottom. You can give us a quick follow for any updates within the Mobile Legends worlds, and of course within the esports world. We all do our own things here on our own social media pages, so you guys can follow us there. There are going to be postings regarding this particular event. If you guys want to follow us and follow our own personal journeys, that's going to be great as well. But also a big shout out to, again, Vivo Malaysia for giving us the opportunity to just cast. And I don't know about you, I mean, I really enjoy my job. I really enjoy just coming into the studio every weekend and talking about video games. So again, thank you very much to Vivo Malaysia for not only creating a platform for players to showcase their skills here at the Vivo Super V Championship, but also introducing us to the Vivo Y76 5G phone. Remember guys, it does feature the flash charge, the 50 megapixel main camera, and of course a super sleek, super sexy, ultra slim design. You're not gonna get a high profile kind of side profile here. Whenever you put that phone into your pocket, it's just going to disappear into your pocket here. And of course, it's available in both Cosmic Aurora and Midnight Space at 1,299 ringgit now. It's available now, so make sure you go check it out. And of course, with every purchase, there will be free gifts worth 537 ringgits, including a premium gift set, 1 year extended warranty, and a 1 year screen crack protection. So if you're like me, you're all thumbs, you know, you got all thumbs, 2 left feet, you know, and you can't even hit the ground if gravity helped you. Definitely consider the fact that this phone will provide you with so much protection if you're super clumsy like me. I mean, come on. 1 year screen crack protection. That's something I would just get just for that, right? So the roadshow is currently ongoing here at the Central ICT in Shah Alam now till the 5th of December. So make sure you drop by to get that first-hand experience of handling and also checking out the new Vivo Y76 5G.
Yep, but without further ado, that is going to bring an end to the Vivo Super V Championship today. Congratulations to our champions, Geek Fam, and to all the other teams as well for placing in the top 4 of the tournament. We hope that all of you watching at home and live at Central iCity enjoyed witnessing some real intense MLBV action so far. We hope to see you all on the Pro Team show match tomorrow as well. And for now, we will be tuning off. Once again, my name is Staffa, this is Hound. Thank you very much for joining us today, and we hope to see all of you tomorrow.